So I'm going to turn it over to our facilitator, Amy Clymer, to take it away.
Thanks, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all. All right, so 2 days we get together. First off, there are toys. If you want to play with them, they are there for you to fidget with, so you don't have to feel as attracted to your phone. You can just pick up a little ball. It works remarkably well. I want to first just say thank you to you all for the service that you give to our city. I live here in Asheville, and I'm very honored and excited to be working with you for the next couple of days. And thank you for your service, because I know it is not easy, and it's a lot of work, and you're doing a lot to make our city even better, which is awesome. So I was talking to my daughter. I have a 22-year-old daughter, and I was talking to her last week, and something came up. She's like, "Oh, what are you up to, Mom?" And I said, "Oh, I've been prepping for this city council retreat. I'm facilitating the city council and for Asheville, the retreat." And she's like, "What? That's a really big deal, because the council has to work really well together in order to do the best they can for our city." I was like, wow, yes, that's actually very true. So, out of the mouth of babes, right? That really today, part of this retreat is for you all to have an opportunity to just like reset and reconnect with each other. The morning, we're not talking about the city so much, but we're going to be talking about, you all get to talk about yourselves as a team, as a group. And then later this morning, just going to go to a quick review on the agenda. So we'll spend, like I said, some time this morning really working on team development, building on the retreat from last year, as well as all the work you've done the last year. And then, my notes are... Brad's going to actually talk to us about the Code of Ethics, just like a quick check-in reminder on what our responsibilities are as council members and staff. And then we're also going to be spending the time this morning looking at some working agreements for you all as a team. I know in the past, I think it was 2021, you created this Success Compact, and it's time for an update. So when I was interviewing all of you, each of you individually, each council member, not a single person really remembered what that was. So it's time to revitalize it. And it's 3 years old, right? Like, I don't even know if everyone was here when it was created. So we'll spend some time revising that and making it a bit more usable and user-friendly. And then after lunch, we'll start looking at some of the accomplishments over the past year. What's happened, staff are going to present on that, and then we'll start looking at strategic priorities, which I know you've gotten a couple emails from me about those, and maybe by the end of the day we'll get into goals, and definitely tomorrow will be budget in the morning, and then the afternoon we'll be finalizing the goals for the next year. How's that sound? Cool, awesome, love it. All right, so first I want to do just a quick check-in for everybody here at the table. Anyone who's not at the table that wants to come forward and be part of this check-in, you're welcome to. These are the goals. I guess I always tend to gloss over these, but I think I've said all those. All right, so would like everyone to stand up. Those of you at the table, stand up for a moment. And you see along the edge, the inside of the table, and you can come around if you want, there's all these little cards here. And I want you to pick 2 cards. They're all different. There's about 100 cards. 2 cards. One card that is a metaphor or a symbol for one thing you're proud of about council. And the second card is a hope you have for this council retreat. So feel free to come on into the middle so you can see all the cards, or walk around the outside, whatever. But grab 2 cards, take those back to your seat. If you want to share a card with someone, that is totally fine to do if 2 people want the same.
Could you say that again?
It's all right there.
One is going to be 2 for proud of, and one that you
hope you have. Cool.
Okay. I got a good day. You got to put those back. You can't pick too early. Okay.
Really?
I'm
gonna surprise everybody.
You gonna work it? Okay. Are we going for the word or for the?
Oh, no, just the image. The word is unrelated.
You're looking for words. I'm like, these are really intense. I'm not overwhelmed.
No.
All right.
First,
Yeah, if you need a reminder, it's up on the screen there. Just going to go around and each person, if you could, and all these directions are up on the screen, share your name and your role, and then which images you selected and why. So I think I forgot part of it on the slide, but what's your hope and what are you proud of? I'm going to put those back up here in case that's helpful. Anyone want to kick us off? Mayor, go for it. And don't forget your mics.
Okay. One thing that I'm proud of about our council,
Hold up your card.
I'm gonna hold it up. I had to kind of, set the stage.
My bad.
So this chart here, do you see it's, one thing I'm really proud of about, our Asheville City Council and our staff is that we like to make informed decisions. So we like a lot of data. We want to know, the numbers so that when we make decisions, we're able to base that on some, not conjecture, but actual data. So I think that makes us a smarter, better council. Okay, and what do I hope for the retreat? This is the iron. See it? So, and I love irons. That, when you iron out the wrinkles, you get a lot of clarity, and I'm hoping that that's what we're able to gonna iron out our goals.
Love
or
it.
whatever the heck they're called, objectives,
Goals,
strategic
no goals.
priorities, whatever. I was warning Amy, I'm like, I need like a little key. With
We
the
got it.
terms.
It's coming after lunch. Gonna get, everyone has a cheat sheet. Thanks, Mayor. All right, you want to send it to left or right?
Okay, the ones that I chose was basically
Can you say her name?
excuse me,
Your name.
the cars that I selected.
This is Sandra Kilgore.
Sandra Kilgore, I'm sorry. Okay, and the cars that I selected was, number one is the one thing that I'm proud of for council, and it's a puzzle. And the reason I chose a puzzle is because during my term on council, I will say that I've watched council come together and work together, and they've sort of bringing the pieces together. Whereas before, I felt everything was sort of scattered. We just had a lot of things going on. But I'm watching as council come together and put these puzzle pieces together, and that's what I'm proud of.
Nice.
Okay? Excuse me. What's the I? Okay. And I chose the I for reasons being that I am hopeful that this retreat will cause us to be able to use fresh eyes and fresh ears as we move forward to put forward some of the initiatives that the council have on the agenda now. Thanks.
that was good. Shanika Smith. I chose a sewing machine because we pull the pieces together and make things happen. I'm hoping from the retreat that we all give a thumbs up, because sometimes we leave retreats and we aren't all on the same page, and we have to come back and rework and rethink things, but hopefully at the end of the second day, we'll have a thumbs up. And also a thumbs up to maybe go to Lake Junaluska somewhere next year. Let's make it a retreat.
Yeah.
Let's get out of Buncombe County.
I'm Maggie, and I am tickled that the two cards I picked, one Sandra also picked and one Shanika also picked. The first one for something I'm proud of is the sewing machine. I feel like we all have really different relationships in our community, and we have different community connections and different priorities. And like, I could never connect to all the citizens in Asheville that you all do. And what's nice is like we knit and sew that together with like a little patchwork of who we serve. And that feels really special. And I did the I because I'm hopeful. Yeah, I'm hopeful that we can like see each other as teammates, see each other as people that we want to work with, and give each other the benefit of the doubt that we're here to serve together.
Well done, Maggie. All right, I'm Brad Branham. I'm a city attorney. The thing that I'm proud of, I use the phone because it has not always been the case that we've been the best communicating body. I think this has improved considerably. It can always be better, but I'm somebody who really values that, and I appreciate all the council members who have individually expressed willingness to give me a call and talk about things so that I can help them do the best job that I know they all want to do. The thing that I hope we all get to, I picked the fish. We're all different fish, but everyone is swimming in the same direction. I would love it if at the end of these retreats that we have our own individual personalities, but everyone is at least looking in the same direction for general improvement of the city. So those are my two cards.
Awesome, love it. I picked the school, my name's Amy Clymer, I'm your facilitator. I picked the school bus because I feel like, I was thinking just about, like, school bus driving, I've never done it, but my guess is that's a tough job. And I feel like this is a lot of what I'm proud of council is like just the sacrifices you all make to be part of council and to serve our city. And it can be tough. And then what I'm hoping for, so I also picked some fish, but these fish were facing each other. But I think kind of building on what you were saying, Brad, that we're like just having some really good conversations today, and that, you know, we're kind of looking at each other and seeing each other, and then by the end we're like all in a nice school heading in the same direction. Kim.
My name is Kim Roney. I use she, her pronouns, and I serve on the city council. One thing I'm proud of, we've weathered some big storms, so I picked the storm cloud that has lightning. We are an electric group of people in our city, and we are able to transform storms into the energy that our community needs. And one thing I'm hopeful for today, I picked a set of 4 cartoon trees. I know that we're the most visible people in our city sometimes, so we get the most attention. But what you can't see is that these trees are connected underground. Mycelium connect our trees where we can't see them, and we are connected in our community, and our community needs us as an ecosystem. So that's my hope, that we'll be acknowledging each other individually, and it's the collective.
I'm Sage Turner, City Council, for, I'm going to say actually the honeybee. So most of you probably know I'm a honeybee keeper, but there's a reason. You see, the honeybee lives one purpose in life, the betterment of the hive. It never worries about itself. It never does a job that serves just itself. It serves literally its whole life for the hive. And I think that, you know, whether we agree or not, we're all in that same boat. And it's one of the reasons I love the bee and this job. For similar to y'all, for my hope, this is, I call these wayfinders, but you know, when you see them out in the world, they say like Asheville, 10 miles away. So this is clear direction and how far away it is so that we can assign some tasks and get on a plan, and that is my hope.
Good morning, Rachel Wood, Assistant City Manager. So of the things I'm proud of card, I selected the thread. And the reason I selected the thread is for staff as well as our communication with council. It's been really helpful, resulting from the last 2 retreats, that we've had continuity in the priorities that council has provided. And I think through our work plans, through our committee agendas, that common thread has given us that constant so that we know where you want us focused. And so really appreciate having that continuity, and that's why I picked the thread. For my hope for the retreat, I selected the grocery bag. And Bridget, it's a brown bag. It's not plastic. But what I see in this grocery bag are needs. And this is, of course, the official kickoff to budget season. And so we really do need to focus on what are our needs as we're looking at our prioritization for the next fiscal year, and more specifically as we're looking at what goes into the budget.
Ben Woody, the other assistant city manager, and for my card for what I'm proud about, I selected a globe. And I think being a council member is extremely challenging and difficult. I think people probably have no idea how hard it is, especially when you're making decisions that are good for the community or good for everybody. So I am proud of this council for your ability to do that when you need to. You make hard decisions that are best for the community, not always popular. And then in terms of the hope I have for the retreat is I want to see us continue to build on the communication foundation we've created. I think working together, communicating and sharing ideas and information is important to our success.
I'm Antoinette Mosley, Asheville City Council. So for the card, for one thing you're proud of, I chose dice. And at first I was like, you can't do that, but I was like, yeah. So what I was thinking of was how much I like our willingness to take risks, to try new things when it looks like old things weren't working. And so with great risk comes great reward. So that's why I chose dice. And then the second one, I chose the bubble bath and the bathtub. And to me, it represents a new beginning, a clean start, feeling good, energetic. So a clean start.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Campbell, thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor, again. The card that I chose in terms of what I'm most proud of is kind of a snow-capped mountain, and for the most part, representing kind of some peaks and valleys that we have, or you all as a council and staff as well, have endured lots of peaks and valleys over the past couple of years. So I'm really, really proud of the perseverance and the passion that you have about being a public servant. And what I hope for this retreat is the fist bump, that we will collectively come out of this retreat with some fairly clear objectives as it relates to improving the lives of people who live in this community. This is about impact. This is about our commitment as a group to improve this community.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, everyone. Love this. All right, I feel like the hopes are in alignment with what's possible for our retreat. I just want to talk a little bit about kind of some expectations that I have and some shared expectations for our retreat. I'm going to pull this flip chart forward. So we talked a little bit about what we're doing. I want to just talk a little bit about sort of some hopes in how we do that. So these are just some guidelines that I put together, and we can add to this list. One thing that's really helpful as we're having conversations over the next 2 days is if we just focus on one topic at a time. And I put over there on the sidewall a parking lot. On your table, you have Post-it notes, pens. Feel free, like if something comes up, you're like, oh, I really want to, but this is a little bit off topic, just write it down there. We can put it over in the parking lot or make a note to yourself to bring it up as, at the right time. But that will help us stay on track, one topic at a time, and also one process at a time. So there'll be some different processes we'll use. Obviously, a lot of the time we'll be here together in at the tables, but then there'll be some other times we'll be, in different parts of the room having small group conversations. Balanced participation, basically share the airspace. So we want all the voices in the room, and be aware that you're leaving space for other voices, as well as that you're stepping in and sharing your voice. Please stay present as best you can. Try to stay off email or social media or whatever, and keep your, put your phones away. I don't believe there's any need right now for computers, definitely at least through break. So if you're comfortable, you can close those up. Engaging in some cognitive conflicts. So we'll talk a little bit more about this shortly, but what this means, do y'all know this phrase, cognitive conflict? Anyone familiar with this? So that basically is the type of conflict where we're having disagreement around like the work we're doing, like the concepts, the ideas, that's a good thing. If we just all always agree, there's nothing wrong with agreeing, that's actually a good thing, but if you don't agree but you're not speaking up, that's called groupthink. We want to avoid that. So we want to be vocal if there's some disagreement or just different perspectives. But what's not helpful is a different kind of conflict called affective conflict, which is basically conflict around personality or identity. That's not helpful. So definitely some of this cognitive conflict, I mean, I know you all well enough to know this is going to come up, so this is a good thing. And then leading with curiosity. I think asking clarifying questions is a great place to demonstrate that. If you're confused, start with some questions. But just kind of coming to today and tomorrow with a sense of curiosity, I think can be really helpful.
Say the bad kind of cognitive.
So cognitive conflict is helpful. It's like a healthy conflict where the other one is called affective, A-F-F-E-C-T, affective conflict. And those are, I guess, a little bit like researchery words. You'll have to forgive me. I studied all this for my PhD. I have a PhD in leadership and change, and my research was on creativity and teams specifically, which we'll talk more about teams in a little bit. But does that make sense, Mayor? Yes. And hey, I think it's a good thing. Bring it on. What other questions, like clarifying questions about these? Any confusion or anything that you feel like would be helpful to add to have just a great retreat in the next couple days? Something that you feel like you need. Coffee. We got coffee outside. We got some snacks. We'll definitely be taking a break mid-morning, about a 15-minute break. We have about 45 minutes set aside for lunch, which will be also out here in the hallway. So how do you all feel about striving towards these? So we're going to use a very sophisticated polling technique called the thermometer. And it goes like this. So if you could pull out your thermometer. Thumbs up is like, yeah, I'm all in. This looks really good to me. And you can go all the way down to like, this is horrible. I don't like this. Or anywhere in between of how do you feel as far as like striving towards this for the next couple days? Everyone show your thumbs. Where you at? All right. Looks like everyone's full on thumbs up. Sweet. Cool. All right. Great. Any questions so far? Comments? All right, so I want to talk a little bit about you all, council as a team. And so staff, I'm going to kick you out of the tables for a bit so that council can just lean in and talk to each other. And it feels really like it's just the council. I'm going to put this over here. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what impacts team performance. It was kind of cool to hear all the hopes that you all mentioned that a lot of you said, yeah, I'm really hoping that we can, work well together, see each other as teammates, that balance of that individual and collective. And so I want to talk about that struggle with the individual and collective, because I think you all have a really tough position. You each individually went out and got elected. You individually got elected to join council. You're individually evaluated by your constituents, by the city, about your performance here in council. But then what happens is when you show up on council, you have to actually collaborate really well with each other. And that there's sort of like this tug, right? This dissonance. Do y'all feel that in your work? Some, not always. Anyone else? Like, do you feel that?
I mean, because I would offer that your premise about you have to collaborate. Yes, we have to collaborate, but we don't have to agree, so that's like that can be a challenge to navigate.
Yeah, like you have to, yeah, and then there's the question of like collaboration, what do we mean by that? And I feel like collaborating is when we're really like actually working together versus like cooperating, it's like, okay, we can kind of be engaged in sort of parallel play. But collaborating is where like we're collectively coming together and the sum is greater than the individual parts. And when teams are able to collaborate at a high level, it's phenomenal, the results that they can get. And I'm sure you all have seen this in your work and various parts of your life. So I want to just talk a little about what makes a team work well together and what do those high-performing teams need if they are going to work well together. And I'll just premise and say this doesn't mean you're not working well together. This is, I think, teams that take the time to like get a little meta and like, okay, let's just pause and like look at ourselves and see how we're doing together actually end up performing better. And so it's helpful to just pause once in a while, like at a retreat, and just like, okay, how are we doing? What do we need to do to reset, right? So I'm gonna show you this model. I'm gonna actually show you two models that are connected to each other, and then we're gonna focus in. So this is what high-performing teams need. This is actually came out of my research. And this model might be different from what you've seen in the past, but I don't think anything in this will surprise you all. So teams need to have a clear sense of purpose, which I think as a council you have fairly well, and we're also gonna get really clear on that throughout this retreat. So you have a clear sense of purpose. Team process means like how are you working together? And some of the ways that you work together are set by the government, like, or by the city, right? Like you are following certain guidelines, making motions. That's all part of process. But it's also about like what happens, like how are you to each other? What are the what are the techniques you're using? Like even something as simple as doing this intro with these cards, these climber cards that's a process. That's an example. And then finally, team dynamics. And so team dynamics are the behaviors that like how you act with each other, whether it's collectively in a team, like in a team meeting, and it also is one-on-one. So your individual like relationships, the behaviors with each other, that's all part of team dynamics. And so I think what's really interesting is that the research shows that team dynamics is one of the most powerful elements of a team's success. And the cool thing about that is you all have complete control over it. So it's not based on, what somebody else is telling you to do, somebody from outside. Is just like the seven of you, how you work together has a huge impact on your success. Does this make sense? Questions, comments, confusions? Okay, so we're gonna go a little deeper into this team dynamic piece. So we're gonna kind of just that one circle, we're gonna explode out that these are the 4 areas, and I know the cursive is a little hard to read. These are the 4 areas that are most important for a team to work well together. So the first is vulnerability-based trust. So there's different types of trust. There's the trust that if I say I'm gonna do something, I actually do that builds trust, right? There's also the kind of trust where if I'm working with you all and I put an idea out on the table, that I have trust in my teammates that they're not gonna shoot me down and like make me feel like a fool or a jerk or something. That's called vulnerability-based trust. It basically is the kind of trust where I can show up and be my true self and it's gonna be okay. It doesn't mean you show up and like be a jerk because you had a bad day, but it means I'm not being judged for who I am or how I am. Does that make sense? Questions? Okay. The second is open communication, being able to communicate with each other. And I think communication is one of those things like we say a lot and we talk about a lot and we're like, oh yeah, we get it. Everyone knows good communication is important. But then sometimes we don't always know, it's hard to, we all think we're good communicators, right? And sometimes we need to get that feedback to see am I being clear? Or am I holding back and not realizing it? Yeah, there's someone I'm close to in my life who, they don't mean to, but they just never give enough information. And you're like pulling it out of them. I mean, just to like, make plans for dinner. And they're like, yeah, we can meet after work. What time do you get off work? What time, it's just like pulling teeth. And they are completely clueless that they do this. So just, I think we don't always realize our own communication. This third one is solution-focused conflict or cognitive conflict, which we talked about a little bit a few minutes ago, and then shared accountability. So accountable to each other. And so this one is, I think, one of the hardest for a group to get to a level where they're actually accountable in a way, like if somebody messes up, they're calling the other person out, but in a way that's with compassion and love even, if that makes sense. So, all right, I threw all these out at you. What are your reactions on this, just as far as understanding this? What questions do you have?
But I'm down with that.
It's fair, totally fair. Yeah, I think like an example would be just something as simple as like you said you're going to do something and then you didn't do it. And then somebody else been like, hey, Sandra, you said you were going to do this. Well, what happened? Like, do you need some support with it? It doesn't mean like, oh, you're a jerk. Yeah. To remember I'm being recorded on what I say. But that there's some like collective support of like, hey, what do you need? I noticed you weren't able to get this done. What's going on? And there's some check-in. It doesn't mean like, that you're, throwing them under the bus for it. Yeah, but I think you make a good point there. Other thoughts? Do you feel like this, oh yeah, Maggie.
I think the vulnerability-based trust is like particularly difficult in this type of job because we're on camera all the time.
Yeah.
And being vulnerable just can really spiral in the community when the community's wrestling with so many things and it can be hard. And so it's just, I've had to learn to build up a wall to just like protect myself as a leader. And it's just really hard to do that as a team and as an individual, as a politician. I'm here for it. That's my instinct. But it's a high risk thing to do in this type of team.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
It's really hard to do.
Yeah, I hear that. And I think that is something you all have to kind of balance and figure out. And those of you watching, people in the city, if you're able to like show some grace. Yeah, because I feel like you all don't get a lot of grace. Like you say one thing and it can get like thrown back at you, not by teammates maybe so much, but by the public. Yeah. Other thoughts? Antoinette, anything you want to add? No, okay.
I was just taking it in.
Cool. All right, so here's what I want you to do. Given everything we just talked about, I want you to think back on the previous year, you all as a council. I want you to grab your Post-it notes and a pen or something to write with, something that we can see. All right. So we're going to do this little activity, little chance to just reflect for a moment. All right, so we're going to do this thing called Rosebud Thorn, and this is, I'm going to give you 3 questions, and I want you to answer all 3 of them using Post-it notes, so 1 answer per Post-it note. Actually, let me put this. The questions are up on the screen. So the rose is, how did we as council, work effectively together in ways that positively impacted the city of Asheville? So just thinking back on the past year, how do you feel like you all have worked well together that's had a positive impact? The thorn is, as a council, in what ways did we not work so well together and that might have had a negative impact on the city? And then bud is like, what are some opportunities? So some things that are like, bud opening up. What opportunities do we have as a council to work collectively together and lead our city forward? So this is just specifically about you all working together. So not so much like this, not, like, oh, I'm glad we made X decision. More about the how, like how you all work together, your dynamics with each other. So I want you to put those on a Post-it note. Just gonna give you. Let's see. Well, and not so much that like what you did, but how you did it. Like, oh wow, it was really appreciated we moved this bucket of water up the hill, and what I really appreciated was, when somebody stumbled, 2 people were there to help them. Does that make sense? Okay, fair. No. So a rose specifically is something that you like think back on the last year of your council meetings, your interactions with each other. What is something that you felt like went really well in how you worked together? Does that make sense, Antoinette?
I'm thinking of like results,
Mm-hmm.
and that result was a good result, but you're asking not for that. You're asking about the process to get to that result.
Yeah, so maybe think about that result and then try to think about how did we get there and how, like, what worked with that? What worked and what enabled us to get to that positive result? Do you know what I mean? Raise your hand if you're still confused. Okay. It's not necessarily meant to be easy, so it's okay if it's a little hard. All right, so we're going to do some share outs. We'll start with roses, and I'd love to hear from each person what your rose is. You can either read it from your Post-it, or if it's easier just to talk it out, that's fine too, and then we'll stick it up here. And then we'll do thorns, and then we'll do buds. So, do you want to go first, Shanika? Antoinette?
Yeah. Hey, girl.
Sorry.
So I'm not gonna read it because I have to like explain it.
Totally, yeah.
So the word I used was reciprocity. So in instances where a particular issue may be of particular importance to one person, at times when that same passion isn't felt by others, we've been able to go, okay, on this one, I'll lean into you. And then on the next one that's particularly important to me, you lean into me. So I think that's a rose.
Cool, love it. Who's next?
I'll share mine. This is Sage.
Oh, wait, this is the wrong one.
What did I give you? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Sage.
Okay. I put collective respect and goal, similar to like the honeybee example I used earlier, I think. And it's similar to what Antoinette is saying. Sometimes I find that we are making decisions and we are able to stop and say, hold on a second, do I know everything I need to know to make this decision? Like, I'll use the college and Patton bike lanes as an example. When we've kind of paused and said, wait a second, we're really split on this. Is there more to know? And I think that we do that well. And it leans into what Antoinette is saying, that I choose to respect that my colleagues represent a large portion of the city as well. So I'm always really curious to hear their thoughts and opinions.
Awesome, love it, Sage.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. Who else?
And this comes to me of like, I was the newbie last year that we took time to get to know each other off the dais. Like, we don't have to be best friends and go get wine all the time, but really understanding outside of the context of hard decision-making, who y'all are, where you're coming from, that just goes a really long way for me understanding, like, why are you showing up this way and how do you like to work? So I think that's really meaningful for teams.
Love it. Who's next?
I think we worked really hard on not triangulating each other, especially staff, and making extra time to do that when needed. Well, we had an agreement in the past that we weren't going to triangulate each other, including staff, and I think we worked on that.
I'll go. I appreciate how we kind of process our thoughts openly, even though it's not refined. kind of put it out there as like, this is not a refined thought, but I'm just gonna, say what I feel. And then it seems like the team would kind of lean in to seek understanding.
The one thing that I think we did well together, I think this year, council actually made a lot of efforts to ensure that our community outreach was successful. So I think that council worked good, very good, to ensure that that community engagement was a success by sharing our participation and information with each other as we move forward. And I think that impact has been felt in the community because we're there. I didn't put all of it, but.
So one thing I think we did well together this year was we worked together to more meaningfully give feedback to our manager. And that took a lot of effort for us to kind of figure out a process for that and then execute it. And so I'm glad that we did that.
All right, let's talk about thorns. What are the thorns that you felt of in ways that you felt like we did not work well together that might have had a negative impact? Who wants to share?
I'll go ahead and start with this
Okay,
one. So it's
Anthony.
funny, what you had as your rose, I had as my thorn, and that was triangulation or assumptions without actual communication.
Okay. I felt like you were experiencing that.
Yes.
Oh,
No. They have to turn their mics off if you're not talking, so you don't get feedback.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was them or me. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Antoinette. I think that was good. Oh, okay. So you felt like it wasn't as bad as the year before, but there's still some work to do. Yeah. Cool, okay. Who else? Thorn.
I don't mind
Sage.
sharing. Thorn, clarity for staff who really at the end of the day carry out the work that we prophesize about. And I wonder sometimes if we cripple their efforts. The South Slope plan comes to mind. Sometimes things just take a long time. I imagine that impacts morale, and I think sometimes we could just help bring it to the end, and we just don't always.
When you say bring it to the end, meaning like there's some lack of clarity, or what do you mean there?
No, like, in particular, the South Slope plan is something that staff worked on for 5 years, and it's just kind of idle. It hasn't been adopted or anything, and, maybe that's just one example, but I just hope that we're not constantly changing goalposts for staff, because it is really important that they feel good and rewarded and effective in their jobs to be able to continue to do this hard work.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks, Sage. Who else? Thorn.
But mine is a breakdown in a unified communication, and
Can you say, what do you mean unified communication, like out to the public or with each
no,
other?
within the council. I feel that a lot of times things are going on this side of council and this sort of group, and then there's a group here, and sometimes you get to the table and you don't have any information about what's really going on. So I think that there's been a breakdown in the communication as how we're not sort of making sure that everybody, is sort of engaged in whatever discussion we're having.
Everybody, meaning all the council
All the
members?
council people
Yeah.
are engaged in the communication, whether or not we agree or not. I think that we really need to work hard on ensuring that we all have access to the same information at the same time.
Cool, great, thanks, Sandra.
I had one that was similar. Coming to policy decisions in silos from each other. So, I don't know.
Like yeah, exactly.
If that's coming to policy decisions in silos from each other.
So
Like, I know that I'm a verbal processor, and not everybody is, and that's fine. But say this was full-time jobs, I'd meet with everybody once a month and be like, what do you think about this? And to me, really hearing the perspectives and experiences you all have, helps me come to a decision, and that's my method, and that's not everyone's. And so I'm not saying I expect that, but there's times where, don't know, it's gone months where I've had a conversation with someone off the dais, and I don't know, I feel like if we were in more communication, I think that we would make better decisions. I don't know if everyone agrees with that, but that's been my experience when I've been on teams before, that when I really don't understand where you're coming from or your experience or your knowledge, there's just like a dark spot in the decision-making.
Yeah, and you all have a tough situation because, you know, when you're in the dais, like in a meeting where you're, you know, there's voting, is not often the time where you get to have these more relaxed conversations about the issues, which it's important to have that time. Yeah. Did you want to go, Esther?
So mine is the same thing, which is lack of communication has resulted in outcomes that don't reflect our best. And so, but then what, I think it'll.
Sorry, go ahead.
So, and these, you guys have heard me say this for a long time, but, you know, I think the pandemic and going to a virtual meeting and having to kind of figure out our place after that in this sort of hybrid world where we're together sometimes, but we're together virtually a lot of times, has not helped our ability to communicate because we're just not seeing each other that much. And I think that it has, for example, in the past, I feel like the full council has been much more involved in committee appointments. We've interviewed candidates. We've, you know, spent more time working together as a team and being a little more methodical about something like that. And now we don't, you know, with the boards and commissions is doing their work, but we don't, you know, we don't really get into too much of a discussion very often. A couple times, you know, we might about a committee appointment. That's the kind of thing that might have been discussed a little more.
Like when you're in person, it's easier to have those conversations.
Yeah, or you run into someone in the hall, or you know, you're chatting before a meeting, just by default. Also, there's just a different dynamic with people when you meet together in person than when you're virtual. Virtual has a lot of weirdness about it that makes it a little difficult to get a total read on somebody. You know, if they're like, I can tell you're not totally into that, but I can't always pick that up exactly with virtual format. And I think it can produce some, a lack of communication can produce some one-off outcomes that are outside of our policy and process. So, you know, we have all these plans, we've adopted all these plans, they're sort of methodically being executed and brought to the council piece by piece. And sometimes we like veer off, you know, down in a direction we weren't, like that wasn't part of the plan. And I think, and it can be odd for us, and staff is sort of like, what's happening? What's this off ramp? Where are we going? So I think sometimes a lack of communication can and just kind of send us off in these funny directions from time to time.
Great, thanks. Who else? Did you go, Sandra?
I have one.
Oh.
It's a little bit different, but I was just kind of thinking about what you were saying, Esther, and instead of putting my own thorn up, I'm just kind of curious. Like, I think we all bring so many gifts to the table. And one of the things that I really appreciate is how many planners are at this table. They like to plan ahead. As a classically trained musician, I love to practice my music, especially before I play it in front of people. But sometimes this job requires improvisation, and that can be really uncomfortable in public. So I just wanted to say that, yeah, I hear that, and it does feel like we could plan better sometimes, but I feel grateful for learning how to improvise and learn in public, which is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
My thorn, I think somehow we can work better to improve our public records. We have a huge backlog. I think the press have expressed to me that they have like sometimes 8 or 9 months to get public records. But that tells me that's like an outcome of that maybe we could do better at making sure information is shared in advance. And that proactive action would help build public trust. For example, I got a lot of outreach about this meeting. Where is it? What time is it? It feels like you're trying to hide. Where's the agenda? And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's going to be published. It's going to be okay. But that was just like a bubble up from like a system failure. And I want folks to trust us that we are doing the people's work in public. We've worked so hard to do that better by having the agenda briefings instead of the check-ins. But we can always do better.
Great. Thanks, Kim. Who else hasn't shared their thorn? Shanika.
I wish we had a process to put out small fires before they grow. I feel like sometimes a lot of what's perceived as a conflict is a misunderstanding. So if we had a way that we can just bring the group in around an issue or what's perceived to be an issue, then we can get to the work.
Right, maybe a quick conversation would eliminate a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah, thanks. All right, these are good. These are, yeah, it's helpful to just like take a moment and reflect on like, okay, well, it's not working well, so we can figure out what to do better. All right, third question was, what opportunities do we have as a council to improve our collaboration so that we can better lead?
I will go first,
Sandra?
because it's very simple. Okay, I'd say practicing the high-performing team system that you presented to us. I think I looked at that, and it actually has a lot of the missing pieces, not only that we have, but I was saying to myself, boy, I wonder if our government actually have a system in place to work with the people that are running this country, to help them identify these weaknesses and actually work together. So I just looked at all those and I said, that's amazing, the impact that could make if we actually put in place and practice the model that you put forward.
Awesome, great. Thanks, Sandra.
It's not, I wasn't trying to suck up.
No.
So I have a lemon tree, and it has to be brought inside in the winter. It won't have fruit. But it turns out if you have to bring it inside during the winter, it doesn't have pollinators. So I learned this year that you have to hand pollinate it with a tiny little paintbrush. Buds on my lemon tree are what I'm thinking of when I say this, but it's kind of just adding to this because I think it will bear fruit. And it's what I already said, doing the people's work in public is hard, but I appreciate our move from regular check-ins to agenda briefings, and I think it helps to build the public trust.
Great. Thanks, Kim.
I'll go.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yeah.
I feel like both the comments you shared are a bit about process that's kind of staff leads. I'm wondering if you had any ones that were directly about how the 7 of us work together. I just would love to hear feedback or kind of insight from you.
Sure. So the staff is setting the table for us. They do that with our instructions. And I just wanted to honor that it's hard to be vulnerable. It's hard to be in this role where, for this period of time in our lives, part of a very historic council. And sometimes we get attention just for our identity. And because there's so much hard work in public service, I think it has been a challenge for us to be vulnerable and be public. There's a lot of us are like professionals in the world where we work a team towards profit or a nonprofit goal, but we're doing public work, and that's different in a lot of ways, and it's hard.
Yeah, so it's hard.
So we have to give those instructions for how the table is set.
Would you add that, Kim, on a Post-it, just the challenge of vulnerability? I think that was a good one to add. I don't. That could kind of go under, yeah. That could kind of go under thorn or bud, I feel like, depending on, yeah. Sage, were you going to go?
Sure, I'm happy to. Bud, for me, so an opportunity we have, and maybe I took this a little differently, improving our collaboration. I didn't take it as much of how we can work together, but I'm really, really excited that we are all seeming to swim together on the idea of a large bond package, mostly around infrastructure and facilities needs and just things that are behind in the community. I know we have inherited this kind of decades of deferred maintenance problem, and I'm not excited about raising taxes or anything like that, but I'm excited that this group recognizes we have a greater responsibility to just maintain the city that we are falling short on, not because of any one decision we made at this table, but because of decades of decisions. So I'm just really excited. That's a big bud in the community, I think. I think the community is feeling weary and worn down, and I'm excited that we're gonna wrestle with that and get it together.
Well, it sounds like if we're looking just at like how you all work together, that could be like that you feel aligned in purpose and aligned in values. and-
Yeah.
Cool. Can add that. Cool, thanks. Who's next?
So
Antoinette?
I think I was thinking of this exercise, it sounds like a little differently than others, because it was taking me a minute to think of what to say. Then I thought, well, let me use this activity as a bud. And what I mean by that is, what I wrote down was each thorn is a bud.
Absolutely.
So those are the opportunities to improve collaboration if we focus on the thorns.
Totally works. Yeah, love it. Thanks, Antoinette.
Yeah, mine was in that neighborhood too of like, learn more about how to work as a team. We're already doing that. I find a lot of value in hearing how y'all think. And then a similar one of look forward from today. We have a choice to just be like, how are we gonna operate? Let's be tenacious on teamwork.
Cool. Who else? Who's next?
Turned it into a bud too. So I put, we should meet in person more and improve collaboration and communication.
Cool. Did everyone go? Did you go? Okay. No buds right now? Okay. Awesome. Well, if something comes up, we can add it. And like others have said, a lot of the thorns are, yes, you can shift it slightly and then all of a sudden it's a bud, right? That's kind of the value of this. All right. So this just gives us a chance to kind of think a bit about how we work together and behaviors with each other. So kind of some successes, some things that are working really well with the roses, as well as some things to work on with the thorns. So I want to build on this. I'm going to use this as a kind of a stepping stone into this next thing, which is to look at the success compact that you all created in 2021. This is also on the back. I think it's on the back of or the last page of your handout, your agenda. When I saw this about a month or so ago, when I was prepping for this, and I was looking at it, I'm just going to be really candid. I thought, whoa, how can you all possibly adhere to all this? First of all, it's like hard to even remember. I couldn't remember these 14 things, and I'm guessing nobody can, on top of everything else that you have to remember. And it's also, some of these are about how you work with each other, some of them are about staff, so it's kind of like a mishmash of stuff here. And so what I would love to do is take some time and kind of start over, building on this, not to say like to scrap it completely, but let's just like start a new one and call it working agreements. And these are the agreements of how you all as council work with each other. So this isn't necessarily about how you're working with the community. It's not even so much how you're working with staff, but just how you're working with each other, really thinking about that collaboration, thinking about, the model that I put up there a few minutes ago. So here's what we're gonna do. I want you to take a moment, grab Post-it notes again, and write down what are some things, actually, I think I have questions here. Yeah. So just to clarify, when I say working agreements, these are the spirit of how we work together. If you're visual and you want to see it, it's up here. We're really focusing on the team dynamics amongst the 7 of you. And we want to be like general enough that there's sort of this balance of being general, but not too general, right? So we want to be not so specific that we're telling somebody how to do their job. Like, okay, I'm just going to get a little very candid here. This one, this says, use a pro and con list as a tool to make logical decisions. There are a lot of ways to make really good decisions. What if I don't like that technique? Do I have to use it? That's probably a little too specific for what we're going for. You can get, like, people write their dissertation on decision making, right? So that doesn't necessarily mean that's the only way to do it. So we don't want to be that specific. But we also don't want to be so general. Like, I think one of the words that comes up a lot is the word respect. without any information, that word probably has at least 7 different interpretations here. And so somewhere in between telling someone exactly how to do their job and being so general that the words have different connotations, that's sort of what we're aiming for with specificity. So we want to make a new list, these working agreements. So I want you to think about these 2 things. How do you want to be with each other here? Not just here at the retreat, but here as a council for at least for the next year. And what atmosphere do you want to create together? So I want you to just take a moment and quietly write some thoughts to these questions. Do these questions make sense? If it's helpful, sometimes people find it helpful to think about a team or a group they've been part of that was just like rock star, awesome. And it could be a team like in a formal sense of a work sense. It could also be a group of people like some really close friends. Like what was going on in that group or that team that just made it work that you might want to see about if you can bring here. You know, some things work, not like, oh, well, we drink a lot of wine, but you know. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to sort of, popcorn, pop up when you're ready to share. Share something that you wrote down, one of the things that you think might be a good fit for the working agreement. And then if someone else has something similar that's, when I say similar, like it's more or less the same thing, share that. And then let's see if we can kind of craft it into something succinct, and I'll put it up here. Okay, this might get a little messy as we make some edits as we go, and that's okay. But does that make sense? Cool. All right, who wants to start us off? It says, how do we want to be with each other? And I just have one word, openness. Okay, being open with each other? Yes, plus one.
That's mine.
Oh, we're off to a great start. What do y'all think? Does that work, to be open and honest with each other? Do you? Try, that's right. We are just here to try, yeah. All right, what's next? Who has another one?
Last night at the Malvern Hills pool conversation, there were some really big feelings, and it's not the first time that there have been a lot of big feelings in the room. And I found myself saying the same thing that I've been saying a lot this year, which is that we're having hard conversations in City Hall because our community is facing serious challenges. Mm-hmm. And that I know that our community cares and that this group cares. So my words for this are both gracious and fearless.
To be both gracious and fearless. What do y'all think? Does this fit for how you want to be?
Gracious and fearless.
Let's separate those out. Okay, so be gracious. Say a little more what you mean by that.
It's more possible for me to be open when folks, when we agreed that we're going to be human together.
Mm. Like when you're saying gracious, like show some grace with each other.
Mm-hmm. And I want to piggyback off of that. Mine is seek to understand a person's why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does that feel like the same thing?
It does.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had aware, so you guys said it with a little more compassion.
Come from your gut.
Yeah, a little more.
All right, Shanika, tell us, how'd you say that again?
Seek to understand a person's why.
All right, seek to understand each other's why. Is that right?
Part of what I liked with grace really speaks, I like both of these, but if there's like offer grace, it's kind of like in the neighborhood of like assume good intent.
Mm-hmm.
And if you understand their why, you can get there a little bit more. But the word grace resonates emotionally with me. It really speaks of like, give people some grace.
Yeah.
Our citizens, our staff, each other. And I don't know if it's bundled in that one or not.
I think we should bundle that because we're politicians, right? So you can seek to understand a person's why to rebut everything they say, right? So, but if you
not the
seek to
same.
understand a person's why with grace, then you can land a compromise or, you can have better results.
Yeah, okay, so maybe show grace, or is that the right? Well, I'm getting,
Yeah, it was coming from just like shared humanity. It gets back for me to that, like, connection. We're connected. It might not look like we are, but it's impossible not to be connected at this table with people that we love and our neighbors with and care about, and kids we work with. Like, the grace comes from like a shared humanity.
so I think we should make this a separate bullet, because it is a little different even though they're connected. What would be the way to put this? Just show grace and humanity, or? Does that work? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Kim, what do you think?
I heard you say aware, Esther. Can you say why that felt like it was matching in?
To me, this is sort of opening yourself up to where others are coming from. So I see how you can interpret the why could be like, I wasn't thinking about it more like that. I was like thinking about being more external with, get out of your mind and think about where somebody else is coming from.
Like, be aware of others' perspectives.
Yes. And I mean, I'm trying to think about what can, is similar.
Well, if I'm aware, then I can see where you're at, but also how we fit together. So it's like acknowledging the individual and the collective, or something like that. Sometimes grace grows out of that place.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just for this purpose, for this exercise, I'm thinking more about our human-to-human dynamic as a team. And I'm hearing what you're saying is more like a value that in the way you view individuals in your community, which is less. I'm just trying to fit it within a group dynamic. But you're the doctor.
No, it's your council. This is y'all's council. Yeah, so basically what we want is just like a line here that starts with a verb that helps us remember this conversation.
Offer grace based on our shared humanity.
Lead with compassion? Okay, we gotta, it's hard for lawyers.
20 times more heart-centered.
I'll go. I think I zoomed out a little bit on this one. I had in good faith. And to me, that kind of embodies everything we just said. And some of the stuff that was on this previous list, honesty, sincerity, openness, in good faith. Like I always try to show up in good faith. Like even using Malvern Hills last night, I knew what was going to happen. Everybody's very upset, but I showed up in good faith just to listen. Using examples from voting on issues, when we're split on issues, I still show up in good faith. I talk with everybody on both sides of the issues when I can. I just, an inherent respect, appreciation, openness, I don't know, kind of embodied for me in good faith.
I like it, in good faith. Can we put a verb in front of it, like show up, lead, operate? Does that work? Operate?
Lead, I don't know, it could be any verb.
Jump?
Operate in good faith.
Okay, I'll put operate and lead in good faith. All right, what else we got? What else you want on here?
I'd be collaborative, but I feel like that's not like cool enough or like more detailed enough. But
Well, say more. What do you mean by collaborating?
Yeah, like I look on my first year and there's some councilwomen who I've talked to a lot to like think things through and process, and others I haven't. And I think it would be fun to do that more with more people. I just think we'll get better results.
Yeah, almost like maybe collaborate and connect.
Yeah, yeah. I like
One of
that.
mine piggybacks off that as well, which was just remembering that we all represent large sects of the community.
Yeah.
It's kind of in good faith operation too, because, you know, when I don't, maybe it's the idea that y'all have been saying of getting to each other's why. But I think it's important that we remember, like, I'm just using this as a casual example. If Kim and I don't agree on something, I know that she has a large constituency behind her, and I respect all of the community. I represent all of the community. So I try and carry that with every conversation. So similar.
So collaborate and connect with each other.
It's not like I'm working an issue against Maggie or with Maggie. It's like, you know, the 20,000 people that elected her and where she's trying to represent them.
Like Sandra's puzzle piece.
Yeah.
What else? We can put it up here, engage in
But I do think that the respectful disagreement is sort of what that means to me. I mean, you're not, this is personal, like you were saying,
Yeah.
this isn't, this is, we're talking about ideas.
It'd be weird if we all agreed on everything.
Yeah, I don't think that would be healthy, right? Yeah, this is a little bit of an aside, but I'm. This is true. This is true. Maybe you'd get certain things done quicker, but it might not be the best work. Yeah, some disagreement is a good thing. Yeah, there's some interesting. I don't know if y'all know the concept groupthink. Have you heard of this?
You told us it means.
So it's basically where
Notes.
groups agree, like their sense of harmony, their sense of agreement is more important than making good decisions. And so some really bad things have happened in our country because of groupthink. So for instance, like the NASA Challenger space shuttle disaster, that has been blamed on groupthink, that there were people at the table at the nth hour saying, I don't think we should launch this shuttle. I think this O-ring is not going to work. And
Wow.
there wasn't enough like psychological safety, there wasn't enough trust in the room to push back. And
Wow.
yeah, it's a huge deal. So it is important to be able to disagree. Oh, I'm like getting chills. And at the same time, on the flip side, you could get into like always playing devil's advocate, which is also not healthy because then you're never going to actually make any decisions and get anything done. So that sweet spot there is important. So how do you want to put this? We could say engage in cognitive conflict. I don't know if you'll remember that definition, or does that work, or?
We will if you write it down.
Yeah, well, my other word I had was trusting, so.
I think they're two different things. They connect.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's more respectful disagreement or whatever. We all agree. I don't want you to group think this one.
Exactly.
It doesn't actually land perfectly, but in my head, I think of it a lot of like, it's about policy, not people. But at the end of the day, everything I'm doing is about the people of our city, so those words don't really match. But like, to me, it's like, if we're having a conversation, like, it's about this, not about Esther and Maggie or vice
Right.
versa. But I don't think the words I used are the right ones.
Because ultimately, policy is about people.
Yeah, like, all
Yeah.
we're doing is about people.
Right, exactly.
It's about the ideas, not. don't
But we
take
have to
things
operate through
personally.
policy,
Don't
so-
make things personal, don't take things personal. I don't know if that's the same neighborhood of what you were talking about.
I don't know. I always feel like that phrase, don't take it personal, and I'm kind of kicking myself because I said this today already once. I think it's a weird phrase that it's hard to know, like, what does that actually mean? Yeah. I mean, do we want to just put engage in respectful disagreement, parentheses, cognitive conflict, something like that? Okay.
It kind of gets to where I was going with fearless. We have a stated climate emergency. Public health, at Buncombe County has acknowledged racism as a public health crisis. We have violent crime in our neighborhoods. We have neighbors grieving the international conflict that's happening in Gaza. And so, like, through this, I know that we care, and I want us to be, maybe the word isn't fearless, maybe it's bold. But like, in order to get into the respectful disagreements, we have to like have the guts, and I think we do. It's just, I don't know. I know that we're capable of taking all of these things very seriously, and the conflict that comes next, or the big crisis that is ahead. I think we can handle it if we're bold and fearless.
What do y'all think? Be bold, does this resonate with you? Does this fit?
Or maybe it fits in that.
What was the last thing you said?
Or maybe it fits in engaging.
Oh. If it's, okay, so not as a separate thing.
Part of what comes up for me too is like, there's like two sides of that coin. That like in order to be fearless and bold, you have to be really vulnerable. That's a pretty scary thing to do. You know? And so I think that there's like an ingredient that matches that. That vulnerability and boldness are pretty tied. But maybe not.
No, I think so.
Outside conflicts or community. I think by using that, engage in respectful disagreement, then that person does have the right to be bold or whatever they need to do. They can do it all up under that, but it deserves respect within the group. Does that make sense?
Does that make sense to you?
Because if we start getting into particulars that deal with outside, we're not, this is between working agreement between council people.
Yes, this is just the 7 of you.
And not any outside, factors that actually affect that. Does that make sense? So I think that one actually. It does, but I'm kind of conflicted just a little bit because we lead with the people we serve in mind. And sometimes we bring their ideas and the compromise and their quality of life to the table. So while I might have respectful agreement with you all to bring their voice to the table and their issues to the table, sometimes it's not about the person, it is actually about the people we represent.
I guess I'm sort of misunderstanding the working agreement that we're working on. I'm thinking that agreement is not really, it's the agreement between us. Like, say, for instance, in real estate, I got an agreement with my seller, I got agreement with the buyer, but you have to have them separate because they are even, you know what I mean? And I thought that that's what we're working on.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think these are about how you all are working together.
Yeah.
And yes, of course, you are influenced by the
Yes.
people you're serving, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you're bringing their ideas here and so forth. But this is basically saying, yeah, like amongst the 7 of you, totally cool to engage in some respectful disagreement. I think that's in alignment with what you were saying, Shanika, or
Yeah, it's,
I think y'all are kind of saying the same thing. Or, are you sure? Okay. All right. Do we want anything else here? Do we want something about boldness or fearlessness, or do we feel like that's captured?
That one kind of comes up.
Atmosphere different, separately.
yeah, that's
The
atmosphere.
atmosphere,
It's separate, we'll take in that, yeah.
Well,
that's
yeah.
where it shows up for me, like the boldness and fearlessness is kind of the atmosphere
You
we
could
create
actually use it for
personally.
that purpose.
Just
because-
what atmosphere do you want?
To create
To
together.
create, so that's gonna be.
I want to
the-
be
that's
bold,
gonna
I
be
want to be
bold.
visionary, I want to be
I have one more for
strategic.
working agreements before we jump to atmosphere.
Well, it's all kind of connected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I wanted to.
Both are what we're putting on.
Exactly.
Oh, we're putting
Yes,
both
sorry,
on here.
my bad.
Oh, okay. I did not get that. Okay, then I have a couple.
Okay, go for it, Sage.
Well, the one I wanted to add was more of a working agreement that maybe we could all come together on the idea of looking broader, zooming out and longer term, a longer lens. I think we can get really detailed and in the minutia of a single year budget without looking how it impacts a 10-year budget. So I just want us to always zoom out a little, and I think it would be helpful if we reminded ourselves to have that perspective. The one I was going to share under atmosphere, now that I know they're both together, was just the word clear. And I think I wrote down that, like, clear process, clear communication, clear planning. I just think we could do better at that all the time.
Okay.
Sorry to give you
So,
two.
Amy,
Yeah.
Okay, now, are these separate? I'm still confused. Is this separate from the first question?
Apparently, we're doing
Or is-
both on this.
Sorry, that was my fault for not being clear. These questions over here were a way for you to think about what you wanted in this team.
On the one thing, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
it
was
is-
thinking we were doing each one separate.
Sorry, that was my mistake. So, yeah, we're kind of incorporating all this together into these working agreements.
So, yeah, that would be,
Okay.
that would make sense if you're going to do it that way. I was thinking it was separate.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, so what you just said, Sage,
Zooming out, keeping a longer lens, using a longer lens was a hopeful agreement.
does that work as far as like a way you work together? Esther, you look confused.
Well, it just seems like, I hear you. I thought this was like a little more, like that would be within something.
Yeah,
The emotion or the operation is where I'm.
How you operate with each
Yeah.
other.
I'm
Yeah, it's
getting a
almost
little
more
lost
like a
in that.
what.
Emotion or operation, yeah, it's a little.
Yeah, so I feel like this is more of like the dynamics,
feel?
where that might be a little bit more process, which I don't know if we'll,
Okay.
Yeah,
Get
in my
to-
atmosphere, maybe it's more like I had more unified.
use your mic.
Unified was a word I had not in terms of what we agree on, but that we were unified in our purpose. I had supportive, not that we would agree, but we would support one another in
Yeah.
thought, disagreement, whatever, and calm. I think, I don't know about you guys, but, what we encounter more and more and more can kind of raise your heart rate a little bit. It can be stressful. You spend a few hours in a meeting and go home and, you can't get to bed because you're still kind of worked up from whatever was happening. So if I knew that you all were suffering too, if I felt like, I do feel like we mostly kind of understand what's happening and we understand each other and we're compassionate about what each other's going through in our different ways. That helps me be a little calmer personally. I hope it does for you too, in dealing with what we're dealing with. So, I mean, like last night, Kim, you helped step up and we were sort of standing there and Sage was there and Maggie was there and it was, it was intense. It was intense, but I knew that none of us were going to throw each other under the bus. I knew that none of us were going to point fingers at each other in that moment. And it was going to be like, okay, we're going to work together, get through this, and help communicate with the community about what's happening here. And that's very important to me, to feel safe and feel a little calmer, even though it wasn't totally calm at all. But, so I'm thinking more about,
Like support each other?
yeah,
or-
so I have supportive, I have unified, I have calm, and I just have those words down because,
Well, I think that it's in the hard times, but the good times too. One of the things I appreciate about your leadership, Esther, is that when we're in a public space together, you acknowledge us. You say our names, you see us together, which makes it a way to see our community. We had a beautiful event earlier yesterday. Shanika gave just an incredible blessing at the Haywood Street event. I saw staff there, I saw my colleagues here there. So we're in that shared humanity in the good times too.
yeah, no. And that helps us get through the tough times. The tough times too.
All right,
So
we're
just
gonna
to
wrap.
distill it down
okay.
for you.
Perfect.
I mean, I guess I don't know if supportive works, but.
Be supportive. And
And kind of along those lines, the word I had written down was non-competitive.
support each other and don't compete? Or how would you?
I'm okay with you not using my word. I was just I felt like what she said actually.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I like okay, so we're gonna put support each other. Does that work? Did I get that? Okay. And I also, just mindful of time, that, well, we're gonna come back. Let me just say this first, and then you can tell me if we, let's take, in a moment, we'll take a break. We're gonna come back, and Brad's gonna talk about ethics, and then we're gonna actually come back to this. And that was kind of planned that way, so it'll give us a chance to like keep percolating. There may be something that Brad says, I have no idea, but that might add something. So given what I just said, Maggie, do you want to add this now or later? You're good? Okay, cool. All right, so it is about 1:15. Let's take a break for 15 minutes, so what, 10:58 or so? Sound good? Good. All right. Nice job, y'all. This is looking really good. I hope it's feeling good. All right. Welcome back, council. We are going to spend about half an hour with our amazing city attorney, Brad Branham.
Thank you. That is literally the best. Thank you. Good mid-morning to everybody. I appreciate.
Oh, here. No, you're
Really
not.
loud.
You need, that's not going to work. You got to be mic'd.
Perfect.
And actually, I was asked to remind you all, please use your mics. Nudge your neighbor if they're not using their mic to use their mic.
All right. Okay. I'm going to start again. That was the best introduction that I've ever had. Thank you so much. Good mid-morning, everybody. So the thing we're going to do next is a little bit out of the ordinary of what you've been doing so far in terms of talking about team building. But what we decided was this was the absolute perfect venue to talk about ethics in terms of your ethics code, because I think as you're going to see as I go through this, that many of the themes, the rules that we talk about are going to come up over and over and over again in a much more applicable way in the next exercises and things that you're going to be discussing as you go through the rest of this retreat. So I want to just quickly say, first and foremost, that the Code of Ethics is one of two sets of rules that council has that govern your actions as elected officials. The other are your rules of procedure. Now, the rules of procedure dictate the form and the process by which you act, but the Code of Ethics really deals with the substance and the character of your actions and the way that you actually go about coming to decisions. And it's important to think about those things, especially in the context of this retreat, because these are the qualities which set you apart instead of the rules of procedure dictating the path and the process by which you take. So as I go into this today, I'm going to go through this somewhat quickly because it is just a series of rules, but I hope that you can try to internalize some of these themes and apply them and think about how they actually fit into the scheme that we're trying to build as part of this retreat. All right. Before we start, as you're used to seeing, just a few key takeaways for you. Your Code of Ethics has been in place for well over a decade right now. And the intention of it is just to govern your conduct as an elected official, whether you're at the dais or whether you're in the community. I have reviewed your code as I do every year, and I can tell you happily that it remains compliant with North Carolina law. It is also very consistent with the best practices you're going to see in other cities and local governments throughout the state. So I think you're in excellent shape with what you have right now. This is something that, as a council member, you should review regularly no matter what. It is actually more important, I think, than your rules of procedure, because I'm always there, hopefully, to help answer questions about procedure. But ethics follows you outside of official meetings and official actions. So it is a very good idea for us to take a look at this at least annually. And as always, I hope that you feel comfortable coming to me with any questions, not just about procedure or law, but about ethics, because truly this is part of what I provide as a function to you as the council. Just some very quick background points. As I mentioned, this is compliant with the law. Well, there actually is a law that requires all local government boards in North Carolina to adopt a code of ethics. Fortunately, we've done that. Now, in the state law, there are only a few certain points that must be part of your code of ethics. I've listed them here, but they are fairly straightforward. You have a duty to obey all of the laws, to uphold your integrity and independence, to avoid impropriety, to faithfully perform your duties, and to conduct your affairs in an open and public manner. Our code of ethics has been in place since 2010, and as part of the resolution that adopted that code, it anticipated this annual review. So future iterations of council will get a chance to look at this on a regular basis. There are a few just very general but extremely important principles that underline all the individual rules in the code. So I wanted to pull these out and highlight them separately. The first is something that we talk about every single year, and you guys are very familiar with it conceptually. It's the council-manager form of government. But having more than just an awareness of this is so important because it is the delineation between those two things, with council as the policy-making body and the manager and staff as the operational wing of government that allows this type of framework to function properly. As those two things blur, you end up with issues. Okay, and we've seen that. This is very, very easy to think of conceptually. When it's applied to what you're doing in certain situations, it can become much more complex. So I want to highlight it as one of the general principles of your code. Second is the stability and operation of government. These things depend upon public confidence in the integrity of that government and your responsible exercise of the trust that's conferred upon you by your constituents. In order to achieve this, every council member should demonstrate integrity, independence, and responsiveness while balancing separate roles that you have, both as advocates, legislators, and obviously final decision makers. And you should conform your behavior to warrant the trust of your constituents. Now, next, I'm going to go through each section of the code, and this is where I'm going to highlight the rules. And I'm going to, again, go through these fairly concisely, but I want you to try to take away some pieces of this and internalize it for later in this retreat, because I do think you're going to see the very same themes repeated in the discussions that you're going to have. So just for your awareness and for those watching at home, Section 1 I'm going to skip because it's definitions, so we won't go over the definitions. But Section 2 is your duty to know the law. Not only must you know the law, but you're required to obey the law, both the letter and the spirit of the law. In situations where the law maybe doesn't speak to a particular situation, always be guided by your ethics. Now again, I am your resource as well as my office to make sure that you are up to date on the law. It's my duty to do that. If you ever feel like you have a question or if we're coming up short, please let us know. We want to make sure you have the information to be able to comply with this. Luckily, everyone in here has completed your required ethics training, so we won't harp on that. Other important points. Always be mindful of any potential interest that you may have in something that's coming before council for a vote. And the definition of interest is going to change based upon what kind of vote we're taking. We've seen people ask these questions on various issues coming before council. So come to me and ask, is this a potential interest? I've kept this broad because it can change. Maybe it's a financial interest. Maybe it's some other interest. Maybe it's familial interest. Now we even have associational interest. So be aware of that. Always avoid any direct benefit from a public contract. This is something that's much more common in sort of smaller towns where there's less people and there's a lot of more cross-collaboration between what comes before the boards. But this is something you should always be very aware of because, in fact, this is one of the rules that requires criminal penalties for council. So I want to be absolutely upfront about how serious that is. Now, we don't do many quasi-judicial matters anymore before council, but there's always the possibility that you might, and in those cases, the rules require you to conduct, to avoid any conduct that would affect your ability to consider those matters fairly. Section 3, you must respect the office, the council, and the public. You do this by acting with integrity and independence from any improper influence. So I've listed some points in terms of what that means. Directly from your code, you should have sound values, be respectful towards everyone, trustworthy, living as if you are always on duty, using your best judgment to pursue the common good, keeping an open mind, making disclosures about issues when you need to. Treat council members and the public with respect. Delay reaching conclusions until all opinions have been expressed. Showing respect for the office and acting accordingly. Recognizing that you are just a part of the larger council and you don't have the ability to act on behalf of the full council yourself. But remembering you should be asserting your positions without fear and allowing disagreements to occur without questioning the ethics of other members. Section 4, I want to highlight a very important word. You should not only avoid impropriety, you should avoid the appearance of impropriety. What is impropriety? Well, that is a situation where a reasonable person who's fully aware of the facts and circumstances surrounding the situation would deem to be inappropriate, okay? So it's a reasonable person standard. If there's ever a situation where you believe that your actions may be perceived as being inappropriate, even if it's fully legal and ethical, please come to me and discuss whether or not we need to take certain acts to disclose or mitigate around the perception of that. Section 5, respect for the process. This speaks for itself, but I do want to highlight a couple of important points. You should always, as a council member, faithfully perform your duties. Attending and preparing for all meetings, analyzing all the information that's provided to you, but expecting that staff will provide you information and appropriate analysis, but be willing to bear your fair share of the workload. Section 6, we've already talked about this a little bit. Openness in the council process. You should always obviously conduct all of your business, as we're doing today, in the open, because your business is the public's or the people's business. You do this by complying primarily with the open meetings law and with the public records law. Also providing due process when it's necessary as a means of earning the public's trust. You should stress transparency and candor by fulfilling your public records request in a timely manner and never meeting in closed sessions, despite how fun it can be, unless we have the proper legal justification to do that. Once again, this is highlighted as a broad theory and underlying principle of the code, but it's also a section in and of itself, the council manager form of government. And I think all of you know this, but it's never enough to highlight how important it is that you should only deal with city staff through the manager or her designee. Now, you're also allowed to deal with myself and city clerk as your other two employees, but anytime that you are dealing with personnel matters of the city, that should go through the city manager, and you should never give direction on those things. That includes decisions about hiring, firing, discipline, or more importantly, operational day-to-day activities. Again, it's the delineation between a policy-making board and an operational section of the staff. You should, however, always be able to expect detailed reports about operational matters affecting the city from the city manager and staff. Conflicts of interest. Again, we talked about interest earlier, so let's hash that out a little bit further. If you ever believe that you may have a conflict of interest in any matter coming before the council, please come and see me. If we determine that a conflict exists, as we always do, we'll take a vote, have you recused from that particular vote, but we'll also ask you to leave the dais so that council can consider that without you having any potential influence on that decision. If in the rare circumstance that a council member needed to bring their personal business before the council, again, come see me and we'll work out a procedure that allows for you to do that and separate your role as an advocate for that issue and your decision-making authority as a council member. Section 9, this sounds fun? It's not. This is another limitation, gifts and favors. You should never knowingly accept any gift or favor from a city contractor, subcontractor, supplier, and this is really important. There are some exceptions to this, but they're minimal exceptions. So the general rule is you're not supposed to accept gifts and favors. Here are the things you can accept. Honoraria at events where you're the official speaker or the participant, really sort of low-value nominal gifts, or the meals at banquets that you might be attending, or advertising items. You can accept customary gifts from your friends and family as long as the gift is based upon that relationship and not who you are as a city council member. You can also accept general business discounts that are given to everybody or a large class of people, and again, not when those discounts are because you're a council member. In any case, you should report any gifts or favors that you receive to the city manager within 5 business days. Now,
Go back to honorarium. That was
yeah.
I have a question.
What the heck is honorarium?
No, I know it
Yeah.
is. But if you're showing up in your official capacity, you can accept.
You can. So you are allowed to accept a basic payment to serve as a speaker at an event. Again, the thought is that this is a minimal payment just covering the expense for your time, okay? It's more often than not a thing. They're probably going to pay for your meal or provide you just, maybe transportation coverage but minimal cost or minimal expenses. Not something where you should become a speaker or a facilitator as part of your job that you've gotten because you're a city council member.
But that includes cash.
It can, but it's intended to be nominal. Okay. Good question. Good question. Good question. Now, in addition, we've already talked about this, I think, to being council members, you are politicians. And as politicians, you have a requirement to be up to date and understand all the laws and regulations regarding political activity. I am no expert on campaign finance, so if you come to me for those questions, I'm going to very politely say, I think that's something you probably need to deal with outside of me. But there are some laws that are very specific to the city in terms of where the political activity has to stop. You must refrain from conducting any political events or activity or causing others to do so on city premises, at city functions, or with city employees in a manner that would violate the law. Now, you cannot subject any city employee to political or partisan coercion while they're performing their duties. That doesn't mean you can't campaign to a city employee when they are off duty. But while they are on duty at work, you're not supposed to be soliciting their political participation. Finally, you should never use political funds, public funds for any political activities. Now, as council members, you know that you are occasionally privy and provided with confidential information that can come in a variety of forms. However, you should never disclose any of that information without the proper authorization, and you should never allow the awareness of confidential information to advance your own personal or financial interests or that of your friends and family. Now, finally, as always, if you have questions about confidential materials, whether something is confidential, how you should handle that, please reach out to me. I'm your resource for that.
I have a question about that.
Yes.
Kim. So obviously we're going to have situations where we go into a closed session and it's a personnel matter, and that's always going to be confidential.
Yes.
But when it's something like economic development, usually there's a point where it reaches a point where it's public, part of the public record. So usually in those cases, I would just reach out to you. Is there like a guiding principle for when something needs to be part of the public record? Because if I get a request from the press about something and I'm unclear, I'm just going to reach out to you and say, has this met the timeline? But when should I expect it would become public?
That's a great question, and I think you've already given the first rule I would give, which is please ask me. The rule is going to be different in every case, as you've said, Kim. So in certain situations, the confidentiality limitations are going to be infinite, okay? Not necessarily for all of time, but personnel records is the perfect example of something that is not going to time out in terms of its confidentiality. But economic development, certain litigation decisions that you make when we settle lawsuits or if we purchase property, those things have a very specific time limitation, and it's going to vary based upon the thing. For instance, just as an example, if you are giving instructions to us in closed sessions about purchasing property, the reason that we do it in closed sessions is so that the people who are buying the property don't know our bargaining position, okay? But once we've purchased the property, confidentiality is lifted and you're able to disclose that. We can release our minutes to the public from the closed session, but it'll be a very case-by-case situation. So I don't want to give you an automatic rule about this because it is very determinative based upon the situation. And even in every different situation, that could be a week, that could be months, it could be years in certain circumstances. So it's going to vary. So please do ask me, but thank you for bringing it up exactly the way you did.
Thank you.
All right. So we talked about confidential information. We're going to close with kind of the negative. Censure. Censure is the tool that you have for discipline. If it is ever believed that a council member has breached one of the rules in your code of ethics, you as a council, acting as a majority, have the ability to institute an investigation into that matter. Now, that's usually done by giving direction to the city attorney's office to begin an investigation in the way that I would see fit. And it is important to know that the standard is probable cause, very similar to criminal situations. So if you as a council determine there's probable cause that something has been breached, You have the ability to institute an investigation. Any evidence or materials that are gathered as part of that investigation are public. So we would treat that as a public record. And if it rises to the level of a criminal investigation, you have an obligation to direct me to refer that to the appropriate law enforcement agency. In any case, you can, at the close of an investigation, adopt a censure resolution, which is a formal reprimand of the conduct. You can only do that at a regular city council meeting that has been published with this particular item on the agenda, and only when the affected member has had notice and an opportunity to speak for themselves. All right, that's your code. You've seen these, but I'll recap the takeaways. You have a code of ethics. This is what it is. It's been in place for a long time. It is intended to help guide your conduct outside of simple procedural rules. It is still compliant with North Carolina law. I will always let you know if those laws change and we have to add, subtract, or alter in any way. But it is also very consistent with the codes of ethics of other cities comparable to us around the state. We're going to continue to update future iterations of council, but I again implore you, anytime you have a question, please reach out to me. It is not a bad idea to review these codes yourself. They are online. I can provide you a copy, but it does remind you of some of these rules that are out there by which you should act. As always, I'm here as your resource for these matters and answer your questions about that or answer any questions that you have today.
Okay. Yes, Brett, just like to ask you, do they have any kind of recourse in there for some type of mediation when these type of issues arise within a?
Yeah, that's a great question. So you saw that there is a mechanism to admonish a council member through the censure procedure. There's nothing else specified about any sort of mediation activity, but that's good because that gives the council the freedom to institute those actions as you would see fit. So I would say there's no limitation on those things, Sandra. That's an option that if council felt this is a good way to handle a situation, I would work with the council to set that up.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any other questions about your code of ethics? I find you all to be highly, highly ethical. I appreciate that you make my job so easy in this regard. And with that, I'll hand it back to Amy.
Thanks, Brad. Hey, let's give it up for Brad for being our city attorney and doing so awesome. All right, you ready to continue our conversation on working agreements? I feel like we're getting really close to wrapping it up, but let's get there. All right, I know there was a couple more things that folks wanted to add to this list. So just a reminder, this is about how you all as a council are working together with each other. And I would encourage us to not have more than will fit on this page. Because the last one was 14 points long and you can't remember it. I mean, we're pushing it a little bit, but I also want to make sure we get all the things we want up here. So Maggie, would you like to kick us off? I know you had something at the end. Do you remember?
Pretty good.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off by saying all that.
The one I was thinking about was,
Oh, yes, thank you.
be creative and inspired. I don't know. That might just be more like how I want to operate, but it's pretty fun. It's really fun when you're sitting there and someone's adding on. You're like, well, what about this? And just makes the work more joyful. If I'm really dreaming about what this job looks like, a lot of it's pretty hard. And it'd be really cool if it was fun and that gave us better work and that there was tons of creativity in it for the people and for us. It feels like maybe it's a bit of far afield of the conversation we've been having, but it was on my list.
Sandra?
I'm not sure, because like you said, it's a lot of things on there, and it's a lot of those things sort of overlap and whatever, but I think, I don't know if this even is relevant or whatever, but if we could create, when we talk about environment, creating an environment of free speech and acceptance. I'm just wondering if that sort of gives you a feeling that you can be yourself, or you don't have to be someone that the group wants you to be or whatever. Just wondering how would that sort of fit in there to make people feel free to express themselves, and that the council member accept, don't have to agree, but accept that type of a horde.
Kind of like that, being able to show up as yourself, but also the flip of that is allowing each other to be themselves.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just wondering if that would sort of.
Yeah, I was going through our old list at the end of this. And it's like, it seems like you're saying the container is missing where you can be open, seek to understand, lead with compassion, operate in good faith. You can do those things if the stage or the table is set. So is that what you're asking, is like where all that lives?
Yeah, because see, even though we have those type of things, it still feels that we're a certain way. But I think that in order to bring it together.
Your mic.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, we've been getting some.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think, like I said, it sort of encompasses everything, but I find a way to make it more friendlier or open to, to sort of be able to express yourself. And that's where I got to part of free, being able for free speech. And then acceptance by people, even though they don't agree with you. I don't know. Because a lot of times I think we sort of find ourselves in places that we don't express ourselves because we don't want, what do people think?
Yeah, we're nervous.
How do they look at us, or how do they, and I think we need to really do more in creating that environment of that freedom, because that's where, people begin to work together and feel comfortable working together, is when you're able to express yourself in that type of free way. I don't know exactly how, but I was just trying to find a way to make the working agreement feel cozy.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good point, because it is something that, like you said, there's not, what's that container? I almost wonder if there's a flip side of one is the show up as yourself, like be yourself, ideally your best self, but be yourself. But then the flip side is like, let others be themselves, or support others to be themselves.
Yeah.
Would that fit to put both?
Authentic expression.
Yeah. Sort of allowing, yeah.
Do you all like that? Like be yourself and allow others to be their authentic self? It's it's hard to do, but this is an aspirational list.
I just wanted to honor that. I know that's hard to do when we're on camera.
Yeah.
It's just really hard to do the people's work in public. So it's hard to be yourself when you might be quoted. And I know we've talked about that before. It's vulnerable.
Yeah, I think, you all have like a really tough job, because you're being scrutinized at a level that most people aren't when they're working with a team. Right? And you all are, I can't believe you said this one sentence. You're like, wow, that's, I'm sure I don't even know what you all are dealing with as far as like the emails you get and the.
Oh, they're fun.
Look at Reddit.
I wanted to share, like in this tone, I'm sorry, I have a lifesaver in my mouth, that this reminds me of our original check-ins. We did more of this because we weren't necessarily sharing everything on camera.
All right, I put be yourself and support others in being themselves. Again, aspirational. Yeah, I'm with you, Esther. What else, is there anything else you feel like is not represented up here that you want to make sure we get up here? And it's okay if there's not, I just want to make sure there's that space.
Has been on our old list and was brought up earlier, but I'm going to try and flip it into the positive, is around triangulation. So talk to a person before you talk to others about that. I don't know how to put it. I don't want to say no triangulation. So if we can like turn it into something that we can do, but I think that still comes up and has come up and has been on the list for a while. And so Yeah, like what do we want that to look like? Or maybe we just say no triangulation, but,
And is it already in here? Yeah,
good point. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
and so now what do you think? Because I know you brought that up earlier with the rosebud thorn.
I was agreeing with what you just said, that it's already included in there.
Okay. Cool. That's good. Okay, cool. All right, so,
Not for me.
yes, okay, Shanika, yes.
I'm like Maggie. I think you can find healthy ways to resolve issues by reaching out. Sometimes you'll reach out to a person to analyze an issue, and it's not meant to be gossipy, right? It's just meant to, am I getting a proper read? Then also check me if I'm wrong, and then, the conversation should end in some type of resolution or a call to action or pulling the other person in. But I think it's completely fine for issues to be discussed and not include everyone, at the onset of an issue. Sometimes you need space and time to think through issues. Sometimes you need a soundboard. But I think the purpose of, or the way that we make conversations about issues that involve each other more healthy is that it does end in some type of resolution, or it does end in some type of, all I can think of is call to action, like a follow-up.
So I'm guessing, like, do you see,
Oh, it was just reaction to
Okay,
what
cool,
she
cool.
said. I'm not trying to make it an agreement,
Yeah.
but for me, all the things here, I think those are good, but we have to address the elephant in the room. Sometimes we don't agree, and sometimes resolution is not very easy.
yeah.
So in those situations, how do we hold space for conflict and be okay?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been part of your previous conversations about triangulation, but to me, it's really what I'm thinking, and tell me if this fits, is that it's more about I mean, almost kind of what Brad was talking about. It's like, what's the intent? What's the spirit behind it? Just because I go have a one-on-one conversation with someone doesn't mean I'm triangulating. That could be, maybe I'm seeking to understand their why, or I'm engaging in some respectful disagreement to like, okay, help me see what you're thinking, and let's talk through this. But I don't know if that's different, because that sounds like what you're saying is like, yeah, sometimes we need to have one-on-one conversations, absolutely. I think, especially considering your situation, it's hard to never have those. Yeah, I don't know, what do you all think? Do you feel like this fits? Do you want another bullet around this particular issue, like around communication? Mike.
You look at all of the working bullet points there, and I think that it says be open, honest with each other, seek to understand. So I'm looking at some of those things that if we actually try to practice some of those things, then it wouldn't be an issue that we would be dealing with. Because we're, because we're leading with compassion, or if there is a conflict, and we're abiding by, or trying to abide by some of these rules, it will not be an issue, because we've already
Absolutely.
have steps in place to address those things. Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me. Do you all agree with that? Okay. So did you want to say something, Esther? No, okay. So ultimately what I want to do is all of you to sign this as an agreement, basically saying, yes, I'm going to strive for this. It doesn't mean you're going to be perfect at it. But before we do that, are there any edits, changes we need to make? Besides just adding another one, is there any rewording we need to do? So basically think about, do you feel comfortable coming up here and signing your name on this, that, yeah, you'll work towards this?
I feel comfortable doing it.
All right, thanks, Sandra.
There's something kind of bubbling up that I don't know, maybe it's not in the agreements that we have with each other, but it's something we've committed to over the years, is to keep equity at the heart of everything. Do we want to speak to that here? Like, we have really big issues in our community. Do we want to, like, keep that at the heart of this conversation? Does that not fit in our agreements? Is that an outcome and not a?
More like an
Procedure.
outcome, Kim, rather than applying to.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, you know, on the vision framework and I guess maybe the question is, if you're doing these things, would that lead to equity? I think it would.
Well, I appreciate you being yourself, and I support your comment.
Yeah, I wanted to make space because I know it's something we care about and we say we do.
Yeah, I think it's good. Does it feel comfortable not to have it listed here? Okay. Cool. Yeah. All right, this is the window of opportunity closing to make any final comments on this. Awesome. All right, thermometer, get out your thermometer, and how are you feeling on a scale of like, yes, awesome, I'm totally cool with signing this and feeling committed to being able to work towards this over the next year, to like, oh, I have some major problems here, and anywhere in between. So show us your thumb, where are they at? All right, we got double thumbs up from some people. Cool. All right, we'd like everyone to grab a marker. There's one up here. Come on up front and sign your name down here. Legit sign, yeah, full on.
You're not gonna be impressed with my signature.
Hey, it's being yourself. It's being yourself.
When I took my husband's last name, I just reverted to like squiggles.
Really?
Yes, that's my signature. Berthiaume, man, Margaret Berthiaume, it's very long.
Oh. Oh, come on. All right, sweet. All right, next thing, we're going to do a final reflection here before we depart for lunch. And nice job, y'all. I do think this was a really good conversation. I hope it felt that way to you. Okay, so you are going to need, am I mic'd up? You're going to need a phone or a computer, a device of some sort. We're going to go to a website together. So you'll see up here on the screen, I'll put a QR code up in just a moment. So in a moment, you're going to go to this website, and there's a question on the top. Given our morning conversation, what do you want to start, continue, or stop doing in regards to your role on council? So this is about you personally, thinking of all the stuff we talked about, the working agreements, the rose, thorn, bud, all of that conversation we had. What is something that you personally want to either start, continue, or stop doing? And so what's going to happen is you're going to come here, and you're going to click on any of these. Say there's something you want to start doing. You're going to click on that, enter your name, and then why I chose this card. And then you'll enter both, and then it'll say create response. And once you do that, you'll be able to see each other's responses as well. You can respond more than once. So if you want to, there's something maybe you want to start and something you want to stop, you can respond twice. So do one, and then there's an option for a second response. All right, here is a QR code. Sorry, what? QR code up in the corner, or let me see if I can also write this down over here. Does anybody want the actual URL? I do. You do, okay. It's app. You still want it, Antoinette? Okay, app.climber, CLIMER, cards.com/council retreat.
So it asks you a question, but then it doesn't have a place where you put the answer to the question. It just says, why did you choose this card?
You mean chose start?
Oh, yeah, just answer the question. Yeah, just ignore that. Yeah, why did you, like, what is it, what would be your response? Yeah. All right, I think just about everyone's done. I just wanted to open it up if anyone wants to share theirs, or one of theirs maybe, of the start, continue, stop, of what do you want to do? What do you want to start, continue, stop, given this morning's conversation? Anyone want to share, and I'll scroll to yours when you share.
Volunteer, I just,
Sage.
I'm up there, Honeybee Sage, more personal meetups, meals, coffee, check-ins. I heard from my colleagues that works well for them, so sign myself up.
Awesome, love it. Anyone else want to share?
I want to read someone else's. I really like Cheers Kim of Leading with Love. It spoke to me.
Continue leading with love, awesome.
I think I did like the process thing instead of the emotion thing with the last one, so you can disregard.
This bottom one? Oh, okay, that's fine. Anyone else want to share or ask anyone a question about theirs? Continue moving as a team towards realization of longer-term goals from Antoinette. Awesome. Yeah, it's at least the second time long-term goals have come up today. Awesome. All right, we'll pause there. Yeah, thanks for sharing. How was this morning's conversation? We're gonna wrap up here, finish. We're ending our conversation specifically about team dynamics and you all as a team. And in a moment, we're gonna transition into strategic priorities and so forth. Or no, sorry, reflection. We're gonna reflect back on the year. So we're gonna look more at the results that you got over the last year. Any comments, though, before we move into that about this morning's conversation? Was this helpful to take some time to think about this and talk about this? Cool, okay. So here's our situation. We are a little ahead of schedule and lunch is a little behind schedule. So that does not line up well. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna keep going and we're gonna do what we were gonna start after lunch. We're gonna start now. We may end up like stopping midway, having lunch and finishing that up, which is fine, I think. So yeah, I'm going to turn it over to, the next thing we're gonna look at is reflections and accomplishments of the last year. Looking at those 6 strategic priorities, which are on your agenda. They're also up here on the wall. And staff is going to come up and present. I'm going to switch over to their slide deck. I'm not sure who exactly is coming up. Is this the one, Deborah? Use your mic. Please turn it over. Please give all your attention to our amazing city manager, Deborah Campbell.
Thank you. So what we would like to do is to provide you with kind of an update on your council priorities, more like a progress report. But before we start, obviously, again, we have key takeaways, but I want to start with a message to the amazing 1,200 or so plus employees that we have, that None of this could be possible without their hard work, their passion, and their dedication to public service. The council priorities, the overview, doesn't encompass, obviously, all of the things that we do as an organization. But we have made a lot of great strides with regards to identifying your strategic priorities, linking goals, and ensuring that in a year, we're going to get some things accomplished, and we're going to be laser focused on getting those things accomplished. And, you know, you've defined them as your priorities. And so there's going to be my team, the assistant city managers, the assistant to the city manager. We're going to provide you with an update on each one of your council priorities. But I also want to thank you all for your service. We have heard a number of times how difficult this work is. And not only are you accountable to a relationship with each other, with the community, and with staff. And so you've got a lot to juggle in terms of relationships and accountability, and you can only go this far and you can't say this and all of those things. So again, thank you for what you do on a daily basis. And also, sometimes just like me, I can't ever take off the city manager hat. When I go into Walmart, city manager. I'm sure that's the same for you all when you encounter or go out in the public purview. So, as I said, we've made a lot of progress on identifying kind of a vision and focus areas. And when I first came here in really my first full year in 2019, we had 30-something priorities and goals, and so we have done, I think, a lot to help narrow down and get, as I said earlier, about being laser focused on what it is we are trying to accomplish. I wish that I could say that we had a pretty easy year last year, but it wasn't. You know, the water outages, there were a number of things that significantly impacted our organization. But as I stated with that card that I had in terms of what I'm most proud of from council, is we endured and overcame those peaks and valleys. We think and we feel we're making steady progress, especially as it relates to housing, public safety, and some of our core services. I think I heard Sage talk about just this refocusing on these tremendous needs, particularly as it relates to capital facilities and infrastructure needs in our community. And this is not to lay blame on what happened in the past. This is just to say now we are refocusing and putting our energy on some things that are not wants. These are our needs for our community. We are able to do that a lot because we've been collecting a lot of information about where we are, what's the inventory, what's the condition, where are we from particularly an infrastructure perspective, but also organizationally. You know, we are looking at our organization to determine, are we performing at our best? Are we delivering not only services that are needed to impact the lives of our customers, our people within our community, but also, are we working together in a collaborative manner in order for us to be the most effective and efficient and high-performing organization that we can be? And in terms of, again, all of that information that we are gathering, it's enhancing, we hope, and the mayor mentioned this earlier in her comments about data, having that data in order for us to connect dots, and hopefully that you will see that staff is trying our best to bring you information for you all to make informed decisions. And hopefully that will be true in terms of potentially a GO bond coming up in the future. And we'll talk a lot more about that when we talk about the budget on tomorrow. And again, this will give highlights. It will not reflect all of the things that we are doing in terms of serving our community from a service perspective. So we talked about a framework. It's always good for a community to have a North Star. What are we trying to do as an organization in terms of the impact? Here's our community today, and by 2036, because this is this vision statement, where do we want to be? What are the things that we want to ensure that are different because we were here? So I'm not going to read this whole statement. It's a fairly long statement, but some of the things that we've highlighted in bold is we care about people. And that is so important. Even at the Malvern Hill Park, the pool discussion, unfortunately, I had another meeting and got there a little late, but I just wanted to say, we don't want to close down the pool. That's the last thing that we want to do. And I hope that our community understands that we are as passionate about delivering quality services as they are about receiving it. So we care about people. We invest in our city with the limited resources that we have, and we have to have a lot of information in order to make good decisions about what can we invest in, because we can't invest in everything. We cannot. We just don't have the bandwidth or the revenue to do it. So we have to be very, very intentional about those investments. Locally based economy support workers, entrepreneurs, business owners, families, yada, yada, yada. And participation is very important to us. I think, Kim, you talked about being transparent and being able to communicate with our public, and we are doing our best. And then partnerships, which is fundamental, because no one entity in this community can solve all of the issues and concerns that we have within our community, and so partnerships definitely is foundational. This is kind of our context. It is the vision framework, strategic priorities, and our priority goals. We have made a lot of progress. I think, as I said, when I first came here, we had the vision framework, we had those 8 focus areas, and we had about 30 plus goals and objectives. We are narrowing down to be, again, more intentional, very strategic about what it is that we are working on. This is so important for staff, for us to know what's important, and we hope that these things also reflect the community's concerns and issues and are reflecting what they want our attention to be laser focused on. So strategic priorities, and then last year we made another step of saying priority goals, not just what we do, but what's the impact that we want to make and have on the community. And so I'm going to turn it over now to Ms. Wood, Assistant City Manager, to take us through the other priorities, as well as to talk about the alignment of how we make decisions.
Thanks, Deborah.
Microphone.
And I've got to do the exchange.
Podiums make me nervous, so I'll wait on the.
I think so.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Deborah. So this visual actually predates the visual that Deborah just shared with you, but the main reason we have this up here is to talk about the relationship a little bit more specifically among the different, what we call strategic planning elements that the City Council has created over the last several years. So as Deborah mentioned, your vision statement is intended to be broad,
multi-year focused, and then the vision framework has those 8 areas of focus that start to narrow it down and give a little more specificity. Then at the annual level, like you're going to do today and tomorrow, the strategic priorities are adopted, and that really gives staff direction from you all on what do you want us focused on in the upcoming fiscal year. And from there, we've got work plans. A newer element that's happened over the course of the last 2 years is we've worked with you all to align your committee structure better with your annual strategic priorities, and then to create work plans to provide some predictability and make sure that the projects and initiatives staff are working on are directly aligned with your strategic priorities. We also have organizational work plan that's more focused on staff's key projects and initiatives, having touch points at the council committee meetings, and then also having better connectivity between the advisory boards and the individual work of departments back up to that strategic priority direction and the conversations we're having with you at the full council as well as committee level. So I have another version of this slide that I share with staff, and over on the side we have why, what, and how. And so the way we train staff on these different elements and how they work and how they matter is really the vision is the why. And then it starts to get more specific into the how with the strategic priorities and your goal statements. And then more specifically down into the organizational work plan. So your strategic priorities are really telling us what do you want us to focus on. And then those individual projects, programs, and initiatives get more specific into the how. So as Deborah mentioned, with fiscal year 2024, the current fiscal year that we're in, the new element that was added to our overall strategic planning framework were this strategic priority goals. And those were super helpful because they gave staff more specificity whenever you say reparations, which of course is one of your strategic priorities. What does that mean to council right now, and what do you want us to focus on for the next year? So I'm not going to read the whole slide, but I am going to read the goal just to remind you all what you approved as a part of the development process for fiscal year 2024. So the goal for reparations is maximize collaboration with the Community Reparations Commission and partners to effectively implement short and long-term recommendations and grow reparations investment by increased funding and continue to look for more revenue sources and partners. So that gave us a good snapshot of how you want us to focus staff's energy and our collaboration with, of course, the Reparations Commission and the county on the body of work that's happening with reparations. So a lot of great work has happened. We're at a really exciting, what I would call kind of pivot point for reparations, where the first draft recommendations exist. And so now we're moving into community engagement, getting feedback from different communities on what's missing from those draft recommendations that the individual impact focus areas have created. There was a well-attended summit on October 7th at UNC Asheville. And then we've also got a current engagement proposal that was just approved this week by the Reparations Commission to more specifically have outreach with the Reparations Commission members into the community as they're making sure that their recommendations are meeting the needs and addressing the harms that the community has experienced. The Cease the Harm audit is nearing completion. So on March 26th, you all will be receiving a presentation from the Carter Development Group. Carter Development Group is the firm that has conducted that Cease the Harm audit, which was a recommendation from the Reparations Commission. County Commission is going to get an update on March 19th, and then the full Reparations Commission is going to get a presentation, we hope, on March 18th. The Reparations Commission has already received one presentation from the Carter Development Group, and then also had a question and answer session with the Carter Development Group heading into the finalization of that report. As you all know, as part of the budget process, you approved $500,000 as your annual allocation, and then starting last year, approved a 2% compounding annual increase. So in FY24, it was $510,000. I'm doing mental math. I think it'll be $520,200 for next year, but that will continue to increase to ensure that there are funds available to continue implementing the recommendations that the Reparations Commission approves. Moving on to homelessness strategies, a lot of this great work has happened in this room. The Reparations Commission meetings are in here, and we also had the joint city and county work sessions to hear the recommendations from the National Alliance to End Homelessness, and then also have the recent status update. So as a quick reminder of your goal for homelessness strategies, it was to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring by supporting the implementation of the National Alliance to End Homelessness recommendations. And I believe they had 112 total recommendations, and a lot of great, important work is happening right now. I believe earlier this week, there was the first training for new Continuum of Care board members as we are looking at reconstituting the Continuum of Care board, which of course was one of the primary recommendations from the National Alliance. So I already referenced you had 2 work sessions, joint city county, one on December 4th, 2023, and then one at the close one on January 25th, 2023, and then one on December 4th, 2023 to get status updates. Emily Ball's division, who of course provides staff support to the Continuum of Care, is now fully staffed. She's got Charles Young and Debbie Alford on her team. And then also wanted to highlight this year, we just completed the point in time count. Do not have data for that yet, but there was a record number of volunteers. Last year, there were 75 volunteers, which was a huge increase. This year, there were 129, so we had 54 more volunteers this year for the point in time count. And that really speaks to this being an issue that the entire community wants to be a part of addressing, and really encouraging the level of support we're getting from the community there. Also wanted to highlight some great work that the City Council has been pivotal in. So we've got the joint City, County, and HIAC collaboration, which you all approved $875,000 in ARPA funding to fund 43 new shelter beds and preserve 45 existing shelter beds as part of what we're considering our short-term shelter funding strategy. County matched that with another $875,000. Again, I'm doing mental math, and I don't know why I keep doing this, but I think it's $1.75 million total that was contributed to support that short-term shelter strategy. Now there's another working group underway, of which the city manager's office and county manager's office is a part of, where we're collaborating also with HIAC members to identify a longer-term shelter solution to ensure we have a permanent high access option for our unhoused community. Also want to highlight, I mentioned Debbie Alford's name. She's really assisting with a lot of the community outreach that's happening as a part of our Homeless Strategies division. She's had a lot of success with her homelessness learning series. I believe the next series starts March 8th, and it's at the South Buncombe Library. But she, through the end of 2023, has had 235 participants, and I've heard great feedback from community members who have attended. So moving on to your third strategic priority, which is equitable and affordable housing and stability. Your goal there was maximize tools, plans, and regulations to increase housing supply, prioritize access for low-income residents, households, reduce barriers to construction, and begin preparing to update the Unified Development Ordinance and initiate a 2024 housing bond. So a lot of work. Those of you that are on Housing and Community Development Committee are very well aware that a lot of work is currently underway. Back in December, you all approved some really surgical updates to the Housing Trust Fund policy. And over the course of the last 2 years, we've really synced up our Housing Trust Fund application cycle with the county's application cycle to provide predictability to the development community, as well as predictability to staff as we're working through how best to present these items to council for your consideration. We got feedback in the past that it was really hard because you didn't have an apples to apples comparison when an individual application would come through and you didn't know, for example, what the per unit subsidy compared to the most recent application that you received. So that has provided a lot of much needed consistency and predictability. Also, updates to the affordable housing strategies are underway as a part of that affordable housing plan update that Enterprise is leading in collaboration with staff. One of the pictures on the left-hand side of the screen is one of the outreach efforts that occurred as a part of that affordable housing plan update at Asheville Mall. The missing middle study has been completed, and now I believe at the March PED meeting, there will be a presentation on that implementation plan with some short and long-term strategies. And then just highlighting the impact of the work that you all have done. Several units were funded over the course of the last fiscal year. 203 units were funded at 60% AMI and below, and 96 were funded at 80% AMI through a combination of our LEADGE program as well as our Housing Trust Fund program. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Ben. Oh no, is lunch ready? Here we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. All right, so good news. Lunch is ready. So we're going to pause here and eat lunch while it's hot and ready, and then we'll come back and we'll kick it off with Ben after lunch, and we'll keep going with reviewing the last year. Unless, yeah,
I
question.
just wanted to say something real quick
Please.
so it doesn't get lost in the shuffle of time and lunch. Two things. I think that is the most units we've ever done in a year, funding-wise, but I really wanted to share with you that HCD just met, and great news about the pit count and more volunteers. They also did more time frames over 2 days, I believe, and we are expecting more numbers as a result. Just a heads up.
Cool. Awesome. And there'll be plenty of time after the presentations for like questions. We can, you all have a chance to ask, staff whatever you want and to add. So thank you for adding that, Sage. Who can tell us the lunch situation? It's out here? All right, I guess, and are we eating out there or coming back? Delicious. Everyone get enough to eat or get nourished in whatever way they needed? Hopefully. All right, so before we kick it off, we're going to pick up where we left off with our goal or a reflection back on the previous year. But first, Brad has an announcement to make.
I'll use this mic since I don't want to, this is going to be very, very quick. During the break, I left you a present. That's as good a present as I have. We are now in the process, as you all probably know, of beginning to talk about our legislative agenda. So to give you a point of reference to start looking at where we were in the past and have the same document to work from going forward, I left a copy of a proposed draft one early in the process at each of your seats. So please begin taking a look at that. It's not part of our agenda, but you can begin thinking about that over the next few days, a couple weeks. Our plan will be to bring this back to council at committee and full council in mid to late March for approval. That lines up with the legislative calendar. So reach out to me with any questions, talks amongst yourselves, but that's our first draft so that everybody's working from the same product. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Brad, but don't look at that now. Right now, please give all your love and attention to our Assistant City Manager, Ben Woody.
I feel like I'm on like a game show or something. Can you hear me? So I am different than Rachel. I actually like to be behind the podium. I feel like that's my 20 years of being a planner and presenting to boards. I also am terrible at on-the-fly math, so I will not even attempt to do it. That was pretty good. You even did it a couple of times you didn't say you were doing it, so that was pretty amazing. But that's why Rachel and I are such a great team. But I am going to cover the remaining 3 strategic priorities of council and just talk about, again, some of the things we've accomplished. I know you just had a really excellent big lunch, so I'm going to try to keep you engaged and awake as best as I can. But if you have any questions, please just stop me. So we're going to start with improve and expand core services, and much as Rachel did, I'll read the goal statement. Hire and retain excellent staff, improve public-facing amenities, strengthen regional partnerships, and create an ambitious funding plan for infrastructure investment, including a 2024 bond. This is one of our, from our organizational perspective, the majority of our organizational work plan items connect to this council priority. So this I would say this is the priority that really touches, I think, every city employee. So it's a really important one for us as an organization. And so I'll start with a little bit about people. Our most important asset is our people. You know that. I bet you that Taylor or Tony will say that tomorrow. We'll see. And that's because they comprise the greatest part of our budget. So we spend the most money on our people because primarily it's our people that deliver the city services that our residents want. And one thing that we want to mention, and I want to personally thank council for your support of this over several years now, is compensation. We have tried really hard to try to improve and raise compensation for all our employees. And of course, last year we had a 5% pay increase for non-APD employees. But what's really important in that is some of the other things that went along with that. So we have the additional 401k. But the other thing, the next three bullet points, those are things that really impact our employees at work, weekends, nights, that are on call. And I think those increases had a tremendous impact on our ability to kind of fill some of those would have been difficult to fill positions. So those were meaningful increases. For our sworn APD officers, we actually provided a 6% pay increase, which again, trying to elevate those APD salaries. And of course, you can see a number of other benefits that hopefully, and you'll see in a minute, I think is beginning to help with some of our staffing challenges in that department, but even other departments. A couple of department directors, we've had some turnover on that team. I was thinking, I've been on the management team for almost 7 years now. I've become one of the more tenured members of the management team, but I will say, I'm really excited about some of the new directors we have. I think that's been a positive for the organization and the community. I've been involved in a couple of these searches, and Rachel and Deborah have as well. And so I think we've got one of the better management teams we've had, and I'm really proud to be a part of that. Soon we'll be adding a transportation director. We're in that process right now as well. So that'll be in the coming, hopefully, month or two. You'll learn more. But again, we've been able to fill those critical positions. It's been a mix of internal and external candidates, and we've got a really good team. And then finally, we brought on board Stephanie Gillum, who's helping us with our constituent services, and that's been an effort to really consolidate and improve our communication to our constituents, but I think more importantly, to make sure that we're doing that consistently with consistent messaging. So that's been a big asset for the city. So moving on to the next slide, and this is a little more, so that was the slide about the people and our core services. This is the slide about kind of the capital or the infrastructure related things we've done. Deborah, you mentioned this earlier. The water outage was an extremely difficult time for council, for staff, and the community. I'm really proud of the way we've tried to respond to that and make sure it, as much as possible doesn't happen again. Council, you formed the IRC, the Independent Review Committee. We have substantially implemented that document in one fiscal year. It's been a priority for our departments that have been involved. We have a new water PIO. East Asheville Booster Pump got a lot of conversation. The engineering study for that is well underway, hoping to have that complete in this fiscal year. We continue to evaluate and improve water plant infrastructure and our distribution system infrastructure. So again, just a lot of momentum has occurred on that item to make sure that we do have a resilient water system. We have work to do still, of course, but again, we've made a lot of progress on the IRC report. Broadway Public Safety Station open. That's a big addition to our public safety response. One thing I want to pull out of that is we also have a new emergency operations center in that building. So if you go to the top floor, you can see we've got an environment now that has the tools, the space, and the resources to make sure that we can effectively respond to any kind of emergency or crisis situation. So again, that's that kind of physical infrastructure that supports that type of response. Updated disparity study, that's a really important piece to make sure that our business inclusion program is meeting its goals and doing what we need it to do. That was updated. Staff is actively implementing that into our procurement and contracting policies. I'm going to touch on this, but we'll have a lot of conversation tomorrow about our capital projects budget, including what a 2024 GEO bond could look like. So we'll have Taylor and Tony here tomorrow, but note three things on that. We've got a couple of studies that really lay the groundwork for that. So I think as we move into what a bond may be, I think we're going to be well positioned to know what facilities are in need or where to really have the maximum impact by investing any bond monies that are received. And of course, facility studies complete, parking engineering's complete, Parks and Rec comprehensive plan is underway, so we should have that as a resource as well. So again, we've kind of laid the groundwork for a successful bond program. So changing to our fifth priority, reimagining public safety. So this priority is intended to improve community safety outcomes by securing funding and increasing and expanding programming and partnerships to address quality of life issues. Everybody's familiar with the 60-day initiative that took place in 2023. Largely would say that was a successful initiative. Many aspects of that do continue. A lot of what was successful about that initiative, from my perspective, from the staff perspective, I think was the ability for different departments to collaborate and try to find areas where resources can be pooled. And so we really worked hard to really be data-driven in our approach towards public safety, and in particular in downtown, trying to leverage resources that already existed to have the biggest impact. And so a lot of that continues. We give regular updates to the Downtown Commission. We have a newsletter, easy to track the progress on that initiative and how it does continue. The data-driven strategies part is really important, particularly for APD, because that's the idea of, and it really works for any department, you try to deploy resources strategically and where the need is greatest at that time. So again, that's a great way when you're under-resourced to try to meet the need that exists. That's had some positive impact. We've had violent crime and property crime reductions compared to the prior year, and obviously want to continue on that path. Going back to people, APD staffing, that's been a challenge in recent years. I am, happy to share that we're seeing improvement in that. I think that's the compensation increases that have been in place. I think that some of the leadership that exists in that department right now and in the city manager's office, but we're beginning to see key vacancies being filled, not just in the non-sworn part of APD, but more importantly in the sworn part of APD, and continue to get lateral transfers, which is a great way to fill positions in that department, because those are people that come in with experience. And then I know Mayor and I were at one of these, and I'm sure other ones have been, but we've relaunched the Coffee with a Cop outreach and the Citizen Police Academy. And again, that's just really trying to make those connections with our community and our police department. Our Chief Lamb, previously was in the Community Engagement Division, so he has a lot of experience and background in that type of relationship building.
Ben, might I interrupt you just one second? Just to celebrate what you just said, Chief Lamb. I really, I was going to interrupt on the other slide, but I really wanted to at least mention that I am personally thrilled with that hire, and I think I've heard so much from the community, but Chief Lamb.
Chief Lamb, like I said, we've got a lot of exciting department directors. Yep. All right, so continuing, so I'm going to move away from kind of some of the other reimagining public safety efforts that aren't directly law enforcement connected. So as part of the 60-day initiative, we launched a pilot community responder program through our fire department. I think that was overwhelmingly successful. We are making that program permanent. We're going to look to build on that program through the budget process. So again, you're going to continue to see that program grow and hopefully increase the impact that it has on the community. February 1st, we launched a unarmed security contract for our parking garages, and that continues. I think we continue to add staffing and build that up and training, so we're excited about some of the impact, and hopefully that'll increase the safety and the perception of safety in our parking garages. So again, that is happening. Hunt Hill property transfer to My Daddy Taught Me. That is an effort to try to address some of the opportunity gap that exists among our youth. That's an important partnership to advance that. That is a mentoring program as well. So again, that property transfer and that program is really geared at what we can do to help our youth in this community and kind of bridge some of those opportunity gaps. Another piece that I'm really excited about as well is some of the efforts in our Parks and Recreation Department. So they've been able over the past year and a half, I think, secured 2 grants. One is through a substance misuse grant, which is intended to help youth that may be negatively impacted by substance misuse from adults around them. And the other is through the Parks and Recreation Association, and it's more geared towards mentorship. So what you've seen with Parks and Rec is initially it was a partnership with the school system, and they're trying to, or they are, providing an alternative to school suspension. And again, it has a strong mentoring component with our youth. And you can see some of the things it tries to do is focus on building their self-confidence and finding ways to help our youth develop healthy relationships with adults and be successful as they begin their journey. The other thing is we've also are going to expand that GO program into APR after-school programs. So again, that's going to have a pretty significant impact in terms of mentoring for our youth in the community. And again, really proud of our Parks and Recreation Department for their work on that. So your last priority, neighborhood and climate resilience. And after this, I'll turn it over to Jamie. But this goal statement is to prioritize resources and capacity across our climate and sustainability plans to maximize impact. A lot of planning efforts underway, different stages. I referenced this earlier, but we did complete our emergency operations, continuity of operations plan. That helps us prepare for how we respond, not just as an organization, but as a community to any kind of disaster or emergency situation. Training is underway. Just this week, I saw the draft elected officials training guide. So once CMO has a chance to sign off on that, you are going to receive your training for how to respond in the event of an emergency. That's going to be hopefully something to look forward to for council. Solid Waste Master Plan is underway. They are, I think the RFP's out for that, so we're looking to get contractor on board for that plan. Municipal Climate Action Plan, Bridget's here, a lot of great work happening on that. That is a more kind of internal focused effort in how we position the city to meet the sustainability goals that council has set. And then finally, I think the Urban Forestry Master Plan is just beginning to get underway. We appreciate the funding that council provided for that. And I believe that will actually be at PED in March or April for kind of a kickoff meeting for that planning effort. Less Plastic Asheville Challenge. Hopefully you're paying attention to that. There's been a lot of focus on how do we encourage our residents to reduce their consumption of single-use plastics. Bridget's department, again, a big footprint on social media. You'll have to watch the videos because you might see me and my kids in one of those videos. So it's fun. It's been a good, I think it's been a good program, and I hope it has an impact on our community, at least in terms of educating people on, maybe alternative ways to shop and procure goods outside of traditional single-use plastics. Advanced metering project is the water department project to, it'll allow us to have more accurate meters for your water. It'll allow residents to track their meter usage. It'll allow us to have monthly billing. So I think there's a lot of benefit to that project. My understanding is it is 12% complete, but it is beginning to ramp up exponentially. So I think you'll see that completion percentage really start to increase in the coming year. And finally, neighborhood matching grant process. We've had 36 projects that have been awarded through that for a total of almost $160,000 in city funds. So again, I think that's a program that can have a significant impact on our communities, on our neighborhoods. That is it for me. Nobody fell asleep after lunch, so that's great, and I appreciate you listening. And I'll turn it over to Jamie. Jamie, do you want the podium or the? Yeah. Okay.
In addition to what we shared around y'all's accomplishments, we wanted to share some data, some of the numbers from 2023 that really speaks to the work going on in the community and on the ground. As Deborah mentioned earlier, we're really working to improve the way that we collect data, the way we share data, and use it in making decisions. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of things here Our Public Works Department has repaired 686 potholes in 2023. Now, I know that it's the, so I don't know that specifically, but I do know that it's one of the most requested things through the Asheville app. And there were about 800 that came in through the Asheville app. That's probably not total like correlation to the number here, but doing all right there. And I know that they're working really hard to address those concerns throughout the community. Our Parks and Rec program participants is up 28% from the year prior. And, you know, due to expanded programming, a lot of outreach through their social media networks, but that's really awesome. The Transportation Department in January 2023 put counters on some greenways so we could show users on greenways. And those are not unique users. It counts everyone as they go past, but 350,000 on the RAD cycle track and greenway alone. And they are working to launch this information on the website so that we can share it with you all. And Harrah's, Harrah's and Outdoor Special Events, 215,000 or above 215,000 tickets sold. That's just at Harrah's alone. Where I feel like I've had the most impact is in 9,600 hot dogs sold. And 1.7 million attended events across DCREF. That's McCormick Nature Center and this facility here. So again, we're really trying to improve on this collection of data, how we share it, how we really tell what we're doing throughout the organization and in the community. And I'm going to turn it back over to Deborah to finish us up.
Sit right here. So thanks for your patience. I know that probably you didn't get a whole lot of new information about what we're doing. But when you collectively look at all of those things that we are doing, we hope that it will show you that we are making some progress. A lot more we need to do. And obviously we need a lot more resources to do it with. And that's funding as well as personnel and people to do it with. But I appreciate you all's patience. I know we talked a lot at you and to you with this presentation, so I think there's something that our facilitator wants to do with regards to what you've heard that will get you all more engaged in the conversation. But again, thank you. And thanks, staff.
Like, hooray, staff. There's 1,200 staff people. It's just so exciting. You guys are doing really, really good work. I hope they all hear that. We're 7 people that do very different type of work, and like all of the things that we talk about are just talk unless the team that you're leading, Deborah, follows through, and it's pretty incredible. Thank you.
Yeah, let's give a round of applause for staff. Yeah, thanks, y'all. Thank you, staff, for sharing. It's as a resident, not even on council, I have not heard this stuff. So it's really cool to see. I appreciate it. I would love to just open up the floor of a couple things. First, just take a moment. If there's things you want to add to that list that you feel like, oh, this was an accomplishment that I just want to make sure everybody is reminded of. It's super cool that you're really excited about. Have a few minutes for that. Actually, but before we do that, well, no, let's do that first, and then open it up to some questions for staff, if you have any questions or want to ask anything about any of this. So first off, any accomplishments from this last year that you want to throw out that you're excited about, either council or other staff in the room? Sandra, and can you use your mic?
Okay.
I know, we always forget the mics, but.
Of course, I've been saying the same thing all year, but I am so proud of the Recreation Rec Department and all the achievements they've made with the community, because they've actually done a great job, I think, in bringing the community together by the improvements and the updates and the programming that they've done for our parks. So that's what I'd like to say.
Awesome. Thanks, Sandra.
Okay.
Who else? Any shout outs you want to share?
I hear a shout out from our firefighters who are participating in the wage program that we set up last year. I know that made a big difference, and folks who would receive additional training, it's paying off. And a lot of people seem to be participating, in fact, more than we anticipated. So
Awesome.
it wasn't on the list, but I think it should have been.
Cool, thanks, Kim. Sage?
I'll share that on HCD, we were kind of a pilot for boards and commissions attempts, and we've been working closely with AHAC, Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and it's gone really well. We set out to say, these are some of our council priorities. We have specific questions, maybe some research needed. Can you do this work for us? Come back with your opinions. And that was a new way of doing things, more direct communication, more action related, and it's gone really well. And I think that's, something we haven't talked about in a while, the boards and commissions kind of overhaul, and it went really, really well. And I think the AHAC agrees with that as well.
Awesome, thanks, Sage.
And I really wanted to build on that because we really have been striving to achieve alignment, so that our boards and commissions, because I think we heard when the boards and commissions presented, they want relevance. They want to be working on things that are going to be advanced and make a difference and have an impact. And we've been working really hard on trying to make those linkages and alignments.
I just want to highlight that I think the city council's effort to work in collaboration with the county commission around the issue of homelessness and embracing and supporting the National Alliance to End Homelessness recommendations is really, we've ratcheted up a notch this year. We obviously have great challenges ahead of us, but I think we have put in place the beginning of a structure that will see much more success going forward. And we've established a working relationship with the county and the different roles that we're going to play in this effort. And also just incredible staff that have such a vast experience working in this arena and able to make us better at working on this issue. So
Cool, thank you.
big, a lot of work this year.
Well, I'll add to that a little because I recall, obviously I'm running again, but when I was running the first time, there was zero collaboration with the county. And it was like the hot item, like infrastructure is this time. And there was literally none. And, okay, maybe not zero.
Maybe
it was
very little.
very small. Well, okay, but I think more openly and in the community and even events that we're sharing and gathering on, I think there's just a ton more collaboration.
Cool.
And we're building on it. It's good.
Awesome. Do you have something more? Oh, Maggie.
Something that I'm really grateful for and proud of is, and I'm proud of it because it's emblematic of like what more we could do, but to pull off as large of a funding collaboration around McCormick Field, it feels like one of the biggest public investment partnerships that we've pulled together. And as we look at a lot of other facilities, including Thomas Wolfe, which is next to us, there's just, we can't do this alone. The infrastructure needs are too big. And so I feel like we've really set some foundational work of what it means to have larger funding partnerships. And that makes me really excited as we grow into this beautiful small city.
Cool.
I did think of something, and I'm just going to put it out into the air of hopefulness and curiosity. Last year, we got in a little bit of the what our accomplishments are and then what our goals are. And it took us a second to get to this, but y'all brought forward a document that was here's just a sample of the incredible list. I think it was 50 something things. And it really was level setting on oh yeah, we're going to do this plus keep all this going, or we have to cut things. And I hope that could be something we see as a tool this week.
Actually, thank you for mentioning that. If you click on the link on that last bullet, that actually takes you to our list of organizational work plan projects. It's a dashboard light. It gives indicators on kind of on track, behind schedule, or completed, but it includes the entire list of our organizational work plan projects.
Do you want me to click on?
Well, I was just thinking, we probably need a presentation table or, in terms of what Ken is saying, because we're going to get into this discussion about these 6 strategic priorities. It'll be helpful to see those lists of things under each.
Is this what you're talking about, Rachel?
Yeah, the whole presentation would be great to have and for the public to be able to see too, like our by the numbers list, that would have been really good for everybody to see.
I guess I'm curious for now in our retreat is, I guess what's the best way for us to use this right now? No, not.
It's not right now, it's just,
This is the part where staff says, look how much work. So be careful about how much work.
yeah, there's no way that the list of accomplishments we heard is not complete.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And it doesn't reflect all the ongoing work. I just wanted to make sure that, I'm holding that in mind.
Yes, and I think that is an important point as we're moving into soon talking about goals and pushing more work onto staff. Like, wait, hold on, there's already a lot going on. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. All right, let's transition into thinking, keeping in mind that we will soon be talking about looking at the priorities and the goals for this next year. What questions do you all have for staff based on anything that you just heard, or maybe something else is percolating? Just want to open it up to give you all a chance to ask staff questions about their work. Maggie?
In comparison to this time last year, how's morale?
Excellent question. I would say it ebbs and flows. I would say toward the beginning of 2023, it was very low. And that's when we had the water outage. And it was a tough time. I'm not going to lie to you for staff. But I think now we're kind of on the upbeat, and we're gauging that. I am a little bit from the management team meetings that we have. So organizationally, we have a executive team, and it's 3 of us and Jamie. And then we have a management team, which are our department directors, plus the city attorney, city clerk, and deputy city clerk. And when we meet, we are hearing, and I gauged this 2 or 3 management team meetings ago, where, give me one word, and what was consistent was hopeful.
Cool. Thanks, Deborah. What other questions do you have for staff?
I once again have, maybe it's not a question so much as a curiosity. At our last Policy, Finance, and Human Resources Committee, we heard that there's a look at maybe a merit-based pay increase. And I appreciated that because it showed some willingness to be flexible and creative instead of just doing cost of living adjustments by percentage. And I had some curiosity based on what we saw on the slide. So I'm going to walk through this in order. Thank you for the creativity. I do have concerns about equity, and we've had concerns about that among staff and questions. What would it look like to do a fixed raise instead? Because this suggestion has been brought forward from community. If someone's making $50,000 a year versus $100,000 a year, the price of eggs and bread went up the same for both. But you might have folks at the higher wages that are more likely to be homeowners, where the lower wages and salaries are more likely to be renters. And the cost of living has gone up drastically for renters. So I guess that's another way that we could be creative in looking at our pay and compensation. So we don't end up accidentally, instead of with wage compression, with wage expansion.
So we're going to have a fairly detailed conversation tomorrow when we talk about the budget. And we will have examples of some of the things that you identified. When Kim talked about merit-based pay in our conversation with Policy, Finance, and HR Committee, was about something we are aspiring to, not that we're going to do this in the next fiscal year, or maybe not even in the fiscal year after that, because we think in order to address the equity issues, there are some fundamental foundational pieces that we got to build on, particularly supervisory training. So in order for us to move to this merit-based pay where our highest producers get the highest pay, we need a whole lot of training and foundational things to be in place before we move there. But it's kind of best practice for most municipalities. I'm sorry, Mayor.
I was going to ask something about that. I was going to ask, when is the study regarding HR going to be available to us? So anything related to HR?
We will be making it available. We'll be tomorrow giving you the findings of that study and challenges and opportunities in terms of implementation. But we will release the entire study. And it has been released to within internally. We just haven't done it externally to the full. And the mayor is, we did have a staff person in an HR, the director is resigning. And we are in the process of doing a search. That search will be handled by an external firm. And on an interim basis, I have asked someone externally to be the interim director of the HR department. And that person will be here next week, but the current director will, March 8th is her last day.
There are two other things that came up in the slides that I'm just holding in mind before we move on to, what is mostly going to be tomorrow. One is in the slides about public safety, I'm still noticing gaps in behavioral health. We did just get a presentation from Sergeant Freeborn at the Homeless Initiative Advisory Committee about the sheriff's new co-responder unit. And then the second thing is we're talking about the bonds, but I can't not talk about bonds and think about the impact of our property taxes on Black and legacy neighborhoods. So I know last time in the budget process, the city manager, I appreciate Deborah that you encouraged us to keep the property tax mitigation built into the budget. And that's close in heart and mind for me.
Absolutely. And the bond, if you all decide to move forward, that assessment will not happen until the next fiscal year, but we definitely are thinking about that. We're thinking about it when we're looking at fees and charges. But unfortunately, as the mayor says consistently, our sources of revenue to fund the needs that we have are so limited. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, it is mostly through property taxes and fees and sales tax, but we have the most control over fees and property taxes.
This property tax issue that's come up, and I think the Urban 3 study around it, is it possible for us to get some input or feedback from staff around, if any, I know this is really a county issue to resolve, but I'm not clear if the county took any actions as a result of that study, and it would be helpful to know ahead of.
We'll follow up on that.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff about anything from this last year?
Just one piece of feedback, it's not a question, really to our city manager, because it's unfortunate to hear we're having some more turnover. However, I say this a lot, broken record, I am consistently impressed and grateful for the hires you make. You make great hires. So while it is unfortunate we lost our HR director and our transit director recently, I'm actually very excited to see who you hire.
The transit director retired.
Awesome.
My appreciation.
Thanks, Sage. Anything else? Other questions, ponderings, curiosities? Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much, staff, for that presentation and for your input. All right. Hold on. I got to switch over to this next little slide. 1 second. Okay, so we are going to start talking about this next fiscal year, 2025, but before we do that, we want to just get all on the same page about vocabulary. So when I met with each of you, most of you, I didn't get to meet with Sage, but when I met with everyone individually, there were a lot of different words used for the same thing. And sometimes I was like, wait, what are you talking about, strategic priority or priority goal? And sometimes the person talking to me was like, I don't know. It's this thing, blah, blah, blah. And sometimes the words used were buckets, categories, things, which I totally get. And let's just we're going to just like clarify vocabulary so that we collectively are using the same words moving forward. I also think it's really helpful as you're out talking in public, whether it's like in a formal situation or just, more informally, that we're also using the same language. So I put together this on your table. You've got a handout here of some definitions that I put together. I did not write these definitions. I compiled them. I actually did a lot of work of looking at other organizations, municipalities, from profit to nonprofit, everything in between, to see like, okay, is everybody using what everyone calls a goal? Is that the same? And I found, yeah, there is a lot of consistency, which is good, right? So I just wanted to clarify and make sure we're all on the same page here. So key definitions on the left. So vision, which Deborah talked about that earlier. This is like big picture. The vision right now is set for 2036. We are not changing that today. That is really like our guide. That's the big picture. That's like where we're heading. Oftentimes visions are aspirational in the sense that, just as an example, like eradicating racism. Oh my goodness. Eradicating racism. Oh my gosh, let's not go backwards. Eradicating racism could be a vision, and maybe it's like, oh, this is a 10-year vision, but chances are in 10 years that's not actually accomplished, but you've made a lot of progress towards that. So that's what I mean by aspirational, that a lot of times visions aren't actually ever reached. Sometimes even in our lifetimes, they're not. All right, so next there we have the vision framework. These are the categories that provide the focus for that long-term vision. Not all organizations have that, but that is something that the city of Asheville has. And if it's helpful, you can flip over to the other side of the paper. And at the top there are those 8 vision frameworks. Again, this is set for 2036. So we're not changing these today. These are kind of big picture categories. Feel free to interrupt me at any point if you have a question. The next down is strategic priorities. And so these are, so strategic priorities are a way for us to like, okay, this vision is so big, we can't focus on every single thing every year. So the strategic priorities are a way to like, okay, these are the sections we're going to focus on this year. And so right now there's 6 of them, or there has been 6 for 2024. This is a conversation we'll have shortly of, do we want to change these? Are these still the right ones for 2025? So we'll look at that. Goal is, you can see this here, it's an achievable outcome. So it's something that's possible to achieve, that provides direction. So it's essentially like the what. Goals tend to be broad, long-term. Long-term, I would use that word loosely. Not long-term in the sense of 2036, but they might be long-term in the sense of maybe a year or 2 years. And that's just contrasting with the next definition down, which is an objective, which often tends to be a little shorter term because an objective is a measurable thing, an action that someone can take or a group of people can take that are used to reach the goal. And so if you've ever heard of like SMART goals, SMART is an acronym. It's actually really about an objective, specific, measurable, attainable. Now, there's a orange line in the middle of the page, which is everything above the orange line is what council council's responsibility, or council guides, and everything below the orange line is led by staff. So council's not necessarily setting objectives, but you're setting a goal, and then staff will figure out, okay, how are we gonna meet that goal, right? So I just have a sample over here. This is a made up, this is not an example, this is a sample. I made this up, so don't take this too literally. But I just wanted to clarify, okay, I think everyone gets the vision. And in this sample, say we have the vision framework, which is well-planned and livable community. One of the priorities underneath that is the neighborhood and climate resilience, as well as reimagining public safety. So a goal that might fall under those two priorities is redesign the downtown area to better represent our current and future community. I made that up. I don't know if that was actually a goal, but it sounds like what could have been a goal. An objective that this did actually happen, that potentially met that goal, was apply for the Mellon Foundation grant to fund the new changes that we want to do downtown. So that's an objective, a very specific, basically a way, a how we're going to meet that goal. And then the strategy related to that objective, one of them, there would be many, would be set up focus groups to generate community impact. Is this making sense? Okay. What questions do you have about these definitions or how we're using them as we're moving forward? That orange line is everything above the orange line is. My bad. I should have done that the same. Everything above the line, whatever color you see, is council leads, council's responsibility. Everything below the orange or the line is staff. Staff are leading. So, and I think that's important to point out because today and tomorrow as we get into the goals, it's hard sometimes that you might start coming up with some objectives. And so if that's the case, like, okay, how do we go up a level and be a little bit more general and not get too into objectives for staff? Sandra, can you use your mic?
Okay, I do understand how you've sort of simplified the framework, and it does look good on paper, and it sort of gets us aligned. But unfortunately, we're not in that perfect world where things, happen that we don't have any control of. So basically, how do we as a council, what's the best way for us to actually put forward in order to keep the relationship with staff and council working where we're not putting on too much, onto it, but we are able to be malleable, to be able to adjust to things that are not part of our plan. So what would be the best way to sort of get that aligned with a process that we could sort of go through? So those things rise to the top that are important, that, that are not part of what we have planned.
Are you talking about things that just like come up during the year?
Yeah, just, we're not expecting, things that we're not expecting. How do we actually put those in?
So just to help here, this conversation we're having right now is not really so much the conversation we had last year about stay in your lane. I think Amy's getting us ready to go back through the strategic priorities and goals. And she's educating us so that when we do that, we do stay above the line, if I understand.
So you're just sort of defining roles.
Because I think next on our agenda is going to be to kind of check in with us and say, hey, everybody, do you still want these 6 things to be our strategic priorities? Do they make sense to be strategic priorities? So, and if that's so, good, then we can talk about goals under these strategic priorities for this coming year. And she's doing it this way because I think our tendency in this meeting is to say, why don't you apply for a Mellon Foundation grant? And that's below the line. We're not supposed to
be in there.
We're not supposed to be down in the, what are called objectives.
The weeds.
Strategies. No, that's not totally intuitive why it would be called an objective to apply for a grant, but still, that's the terminology.
Jamie, do you want to add something?
Oh, no, well, Esther needs to talk into
Oh,
Oh,
if I lean back, it's not enough. It's not, it doesn't.
okay, tomorrow, maybe we move this mic
There.
to be over there, because it's sort of an extra. Okay, thank you. Yes, what Esther said is true, as far as that is where we're heading, but Sandra, it sounds like what you're talking about is like, what about those weird situations when, come October, something comes up, and what do we do then? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm just asking, do we have anything set to how we deal with situations that are unexpected? Is there any kind of process set forward as how
Mostly we just freak out.
we just,
Freak out and panic?
do we just wing it, or, I just wondered, was there just a formal process, like, say, for instance, something like this, then you have things in place, like a plan, or,
Yeah, I'm gonna let Deborah.
Yeah, I think, Sandra, I don't know if this is what you were getting at, but remember when we had a request to do a ban on plastic bags? Our question was, what don't you want us to do? Because here's our work program, we can't do it now, here's when we can get to it. So I think the process is that we talk about it. And we negotiate in terms of time frame and discuss impacts. This will, if we're redirected over here, this will impact
This will impact
X.
where we are now.
That's
Got it.
correct.
So we'll have that conversation.
Yes.
Yeah, and then we decide whether or not it's worth dealing with.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, thanks.
Does that help?
Yes, that helps a lot.
Cool,
Yeah.
good. Other questions, comments on these definitions and getting clear on what's what? Cool. All right. With that in place, we are going to look at our strategic priorities. This is our next thing we're doing to see, are these 6 what we want to keep? Do we want to make some changes? So let me put these up on the screen. Okay, so these were the 6 last year. These are in alphabetical order, no other particular order. I sent out a survey. There was some snafus, and I got 3 responses from you all. And I asked, do you all as council feel like we need to edit these or we need to change these? So of those 3 responses, 2 people said, no, I think that they're pretty good. And 1 person said, maybe might want to add something. But that was only 3 people. So I just wanted to give you that information. But what I want to do now is just open up a conversation for a few minutes of those of you on council, what do you think? Do you think these are the best 6 priorities for fiscal year 2025? Or is there something we want to change, combine, edit? This is our time to do that. Something to keep in mind, which has already been brought up, but I want to reiterate again, is whatever you all propose is happening for staff on top of the work they're already doing, as well as some of these things are, still going in progress. And so that's still happening. We're not saying oh, well, because we're changing the priority, this project that you're 50% through, we're not stopping that necessarily. So just kind of keep that in mind. We don't want to overwhelm staff, but we also want to make the best decisions for the next year. Does that make sense?
I have a suggestion.
Sure.
In the spirit of keeping it to 6, I would suggest that we look at a way to combine 1 and 2, and perhaps add 1 for infrastructure, maintenance, and planning.
I like the infrastructure. Looking at a bond issue, and we spent a lot of this year looking at our facilities and understanding our needs around infrastructure. I
know
only
if they
worry
need to-
about putting together 1 and 2 in that it seems like the equitable and affordable housing is so intensive around the zoning code, permitting process, and grants, and homelessness strategies is, I mean, I guess in the Venn.
They're in the same bucket.
They
And
do-
I'm-
I
I'm
mean, we know the
indifferent. We can
connection
keep
between
them
housing
separate.
and homelessness. Like, there's no question about that.
And I'm not tied
It
to
just-
keeping 1 and 2 together, but if we were trying to keep them simple, I know last year we approached
Right,
this
I know.
as
I
shorter
hear ya.
list.
I hear ya.
But I really want to emphasize that I think infrastructure, maintenance
absolutely.
and planning should be on the list.
And it can't live in number 3?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Y'all try to not talk over each other for no other reason than for the recording.
Yeah.
So what about if we kept the list, but then when we get to the section of where we're doing the goals, we can add or take away whatever goal you want under one of the groupings that's already here? Maybe?
I just feel like it's different. I don't think it's under improve and expand core services, but maybe
Because
you
it's-
can convince me otherwise.
Functionally, it's different in that it's long-term capital financing, and it's a different
Yeah.
department than core services. I think about cleanliness and
Public works and-
policing and public work, but
I'll chime in without a solution, but just kind of thoughts on this topic. When I read homelessness strategies, I have a pretty clear picture of what that is. When I read improve and expand core services, if we all like wrote down what that means, I kind of feel like our stickies might be different because it feels like extremely broad. I think trash is a core service, but we never really talk about it unless the trash gets missed. And so for me, however we resolve, like I would love us to narrow or focus number 3. And personally, I'm very interested in infrastructure and maintenance. And so maybe it's that way, but I also want to make sure that we're hiring and retaining good staff. So I'm not sure the solution, but to me, number 3 feels too broad, and even the goals under it would be pretty broad. And so perhaps it's living in that bucket. The other thing I'd add is, I kind of share the agreement that homelessness strategies, I think there's 3 things actually happening in number 1 and 2, and there's homelessness strategies, there's affordable housing, and then there's housing. Those all feel very different. So right now it says equitable and affordable housing and stability, and that looks like the Housing Trust Fund, that looks like CDBG, that looks like the WEAGE, which to me is very different than missing middle housing strategy, which is zoning and reform. So I could almost see affordable housing being its own bucket and housing being its own bucket, or like the name isn't just affordable housing, it's like housing, affordability, supply, homelessness. I don't know. I think that there's some grouping of buckets here that are worth stepping back. The last thing I'll say, thank you for letting me go through a handful at the same time. Something, Kim, I've heard you mention that I really agree with is that housing is super important and a major focus, but there's other things that we could be doing around affordability, and housing is just one method of that. I think of transportation and things of that nature. So there's kind of a lot of ways to slice and dice these. For ease, if everyone's like, oh my gosh, I don't want to cut these up, like,
Yeah.
I think they're great, but I think having this discussion, and I'm open to reslicing if we can get to alignment.
I just want to jump in really quick and say,
Thank you.
I'm trying to capture ideas down, and so if I miss something, catch me and make sure I get it. Just wanted to have a list, because I feel like sometimes it's so easy to, wait, what did we talk about? So anyway, Sandra, go ahead.
No, I was just going to sort of, I think if we start breaking those down, I sort of like those strategies there, the way they are. I don't think we should divide up the housing and affordability. I think if you start jumping off in too many buckets, it's sort of, how can I say it? It's sort of, by having it together, we can actually utilize tools that are most effective at that particular time that falls within that category. Does that make sense? And if we start separating them, then what do we do? What goes up under this one? What goes up under this one? But I think that equitable and affordable housing and stability, I think that sort of encompasses a lot of ways we can go depending on what we need to have at that particular time, what we can put in place at that particular time is more effective, and that we can actually do. I just sort of think if we start separating it, it just gives us too many options and it sort of spreads things out too far. And I definitely think that the homeless strategies and equitable and affordable, I don't think we need to combine those. The reason being, I just think it's too sort of, both of them are so broad. Both of them have so much that if we start combining them, I think it'll just get a little confused. I don't know. That's all I was gonna say. Never mind.
Thanks, Sandra.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
And maybe staff can help with this. If we look at the previous objectives and goals underneath the priority of, well, all of these, do you see a lot of overlap in between those with infrastructure, or is it so different that it needs its own priority?
Rachel or Ben, feel like you could? I'm sorry. Deborah was talking.
Okay, so I'll start again. When we look at these 6, I imagine that infrastructure and capital improvements fits underneath all of these at some point. And is it so different that it needs its own priority so that we're really focusing and getting laser focused in on it? Because I think there's a good case to be made. Or are we just going to see, all right, number 7, infrastructure also touches safety, also touches homelessness, also touches housing. And so every time priority 7 comes up, it's going to be tagged with another one of the 6, or is it embedded in all of them?
I think it's embedded, but if we truly want to call it out, particularly related to GO bonds and so forth, we can include it as part of number 3, the improve and expand core services with emphasis on improving infrastructure. I mean, somehow we can phrase that to really call it out that we want to focus on infrastructure.
And I also hear that if we don't name it as a priority, it doesn't give, it doesn't show our dedication.
I wouldn't say that, because you all do a lot of stuff that, you know, that you're dedicated to that isn't on these top 6, but it would probably for this year in a GO bond give it a little bit more heightened attention in terms of calling it out.
I wonder.
So if we have, because we have staff capacity issues, is it a whole nother bundle of work that gets added on?
No.
Okay.
No,
I just think that's
we've
really
been working on this for about a year and a half.
Okay, thank you.
Your idea about retitling that?
Yeah, I just said again, under number 3, we can expand that to include infrastructure.
Expand,
Or
improve and expand core
addressing-
services and infrastructure, that would meet my needs.
Yeah, improve and expand core and.
Services and infrastructure.
And
Is
infrastructure
that-
services, yeah,
Okay.
Is our goal to stay with 6?
yeah.
Because I'm happy to
It's-
retract the idea of combining 1 and 2. I just don't know if we're trying
Well,
to.
well, we found
We
a
just don't want to
solution.
go to
We
7.
Put it in 3.
Well, I think Sage was.
I'm more in a clear, I would like to say it clearly stated, but I'm not gonna, fight everybody on it. I just am not clear if we're trying to keep the list short. Last year it was about going from like 20 to 6. 2 years ago.
My impression, and jump in, Deborah or other staff, like, that we don't want to get any much bigger because it just gets harder for staff.
We also want to be mindful of the venues in which we communicate back to you the status of these strategic priorities. So we've tried really hard to align our committee structure with your strategic priorities. We've been able to, through HCD, for example, we cover both the affordable housing and houselessness strategies, but you have 2 standing committees already, boards and commissions, as well as policy, finance, and HR. So just being mindful that you've got those 2 standing committees, plus the committees that are intentionally aligned with your strategic priorities. And so that's just something to think about is, would we need to alter that committee structure, or how else would we have that meaningful dialogue in a more targeted fashion? Obviously, we can also come back to full council through the city manager's report, through agenda briefings, but when we're going to have those real policy discussions, work sessions, how would we have that given our current framework?
So that's a great point. So Sage, when you imagine this being a new priority or an elevated priority, not that it wasn't before, what committee would it go to? And if it isn't going to have that kind of streamlined process, does every single committee need to take up infrastructure? Because I imagine that could be another strategy.
That's a good question. I mean, perhaps planning and economic development. It could be, yeah, I'm not sure. I'd really have to think about it.
And there could be different types of infrastructure or items that go to different committees. And sometimes, as you all well know, we have items that go to multiple
Yeah,
committees.
like fees goes to finance and
Yeah.
some of that will be related, but
But for the most part, we're looking at a lot of the GL bond work being in policy, finance, and HR.
For me, if we expand number 3 to tack on infrastructure, then I'm like really excited for the next conversation of the retreat of the goals, because even if we call out and kind of shine a flashlight on infrastructure, which one are you talking about? Water, streets, sidewalks, transit? I mean, there's a lot of different. And so I think getting into the goals so that we can have focus for staff on kind of which elements of, and services, we have a build. So I think I'm excited to get into that granular, because I don't know what infrastructure priorities y'all have, but I have some and want to talk about it. I had another thought. Something I don't see here, here's what I do see as kind of still relative, like I joined and a lot of these are established, right? You all did some heavy work taking it from 20 to 6, and then last year we all agreed these work. When I look at this, I really honestly see a mindset of kind of recovering from the early 2020s. And I don't, maybe with neighborhood and climate resilience, I see a bit of our future, but something I don't see up here is around the health of our economy, the rights of our workers. I also understand that, we don't play a major role directly in that, right? Like the county does public health, and we have our partners like the EDC to do economic development. But I also wonder if we're really looking at our organization and what we're doing, and as staff start creating your work plans to fulfill our priorities, where is the health of our economy and our workers? So.
Let me ask a question.
I'm being
around
vulnerable.
that.
I don't have a strategic pitch. This isn't fully baked.
No,
Now's the
yeah.
time to talk about it.
Well, I mean, so here's what I would ask about that, because I do think that's important. Take, for example, the health of your economy, or, so we have programs right now that the city is working on around those issues, especially minority and women-owned businesses, and providing training to how to be an effective applicant for bidding, and, those kinds of things when it comes to, especially getting involved with
Government
city
money.
contracts and things like that. And we have had over time some, programs that are there to support business incubation or development in the community. So are you saying, and this is what I struggle with too, about the strategic priorities, because when we put this together and I go out there and do a sort of a state of the city, I think I put this up there and I think people might say, well, I don't see
Yeah.
this on the list, or I don't see that on the list, but doesn't mean we're not doing it. So my question is, in putting it on the list, say, for example, are you asking that the city do more things, and that would be additional work for our staff to build out around that topic? Or are you saying, put it on the list because we're doing it and we need to highlight the fact that we're doing it?
Good question. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if I'd.
Well, so.
It's so hard, I feel like, in our financial context, right, to say we should be doing more. But if I'm really answering that question, I think we should be doing more.
Well, and so
You know,
that,
like I
so I
want
think
a
that's,
place my kid can get a job one day. That's not gonna happen in this town,
well, okay, that.
So I'm
But
not-
no, but
yeah.
so over the years, what I would say is we have tried, for example, on that topic, to push into that sector
Yeah.
more aggressively than we are right now.
Yeah.
And it has been
Hard.
very difficult. It has taken a lot of staff time, and honestly, we've had to shelve a lot of these okay, let's do a small business loan program. Well, it turns out that's incredibly hard and it's not really within our wheelhouse. And there are organizations that do that and do it better. And it's easier if we partner with them.
Yeah.
Or, so
All right, I hear all that.
no, I'm not here to like rain on anyone's parade. I've just seen so many times where we get kind of excited, we want to put something on the list, and staff really tries hard and comes up with things, and, and then we all go, well, that was an
I think
interesting
this,
exercise.
yeah, and the thing is, that is a great idea, but like when Esther said something about partnering and doing these things, Land of the Sky does a tremendous job on all the things that you're talking about. And maybe we could sort of have in our, not in this, goals, yeah, more or less, a relationship and how, and sort of bring that in, because I do know that all the things you're talking about, the economic development job, they do an incredible job. And they're always asking and looking for ways that they can actually support the city more. And they're always asking for that. Maybe we could sort of have some type of relationship that we can actually sort of use them as part of us and saying that we're doing this because they want to. And they constantly say at the meetings that we're here to support anything that you as a council are doing and the city is doing. That's what they're here for. So maybe we could have some kind of highlighted relationship with how, I'm not sure how you do that because it's so, but.
Absolutely. And I think from where we are today, from a city perspective, the best thing that we can do to support economic development are the foundational things, like item number 3, like item number 5. What I think the community, even from an economic development perspective, is asking us to do is almost for the first time, kind of stay in your lane and really focus, be laser focused on creating the foundational infrastructure that is needed to support economic development. And as part of your goals, I think you can link some of those things in terms of impact. We do these things to support and contribute to job development or business expansion or whatever.
Can I jump in real quick, a process point? Sandra, what you just talked about with Land of Sky. Could you, I was thinking if we can write, I actually wrote it down, just partner with Land of Sky, those kind of things that are like a little bit of like, oh, we have got this idea, a little bit of one-off. Let's put these here and maybe put them over in the parking lot at the break, just so that we don't lose them. I really am like a believer in like, if it's not written down, we're gonna forget. And so if there's anything like that that kind of comes up that's like, not directly related, that gets voiced, let's just try to get them written down and piled together. So anyway, just a process point. All right, on that note, kind of redirect here. We're going to take a break in just a few minutes, but let's continue on with this conversation. Any more thoughts about these 6 strategic priorities? Right now, here's sort of where we're at. There's been an idea of combining 1 and 2, narrowing number 3, the core services, separating out housing and affordability. I might have got that right. Keep as is, or add infrastructure to number 3. These are just ideas that came up. So either more ideas or comments on these ideas.
I think I'm still struggling with combining it into number 3, the infrastructure, and I think it's just the word expand. In my core beliefs, I don't think we should be expanding infrastructure until we're maintaining what we have, and I think that's what's throwing me.
So do you want to do?
So
improve
what about improve and maintain infrastructure and core services? Just take out the expand?
fine.
Maybe I can, is that
fine.
easier to, okay.
Improve and maintain infrastructure and core services? Did I get that right? Okay.
And then just one other thought for seed, I'm not suggesting this, but it's more of a question to the group, vulnerable question. Number 5, are we still reimagining? This was actually one of the questions we got as candidates. Are we still reimagining, or is this moving into public safety and community response? And I'm looking for feedback, I'm just curious.
So it's a good question, whether or not we're still, so, because it means a lot of different things. one of the things, for example, we haven't done yet is the civilian crash investigator bill is passed, but we haven't even begun to implement that program. I had a brief conversation with Chief Lamb about that. Other cities are moving ahead with it. Those are the kinds of things that you would see happen under reimagining public safety, and we're not doing them yet. Does it need to be on this list like that to make something like that happen? I don't know. But there's more work to be done there.
And we still have behavioral health services that are falling in a gap. So for me, it's really important to keep it in some flexibility mode.
The reimagining part, the word reimagining? Okay.
Well, part of even the community responder initiative is actually as a result of kind of
Right.
reimagining how we deliver public services. I would say that it is a heck of a lot more operationalized now in terms of public safety is our collective responsibility, particularly internally. So some of the public safety issues downtown was not just APD going out. It was park, it was sanitation, it was all of us collectively. That's the reimagining piece. And we're getting better at it. But,
Yeah.
and you know, I'm not wedded to that reimagining because I think it has become really a value for us that we collaborate and we look holistically at these issues.
Yeah, and I guess
Especially
I'm thinking
related
to
to public safety.
the list of goals we're going to make, and maybe I'm just not aware, but maybe we'll have some goals that are still reimagining in procedure itself.
Are you kind of bristling at the phrase reimagining public safety?
Well, I think it, you know, it
'Cause
really,
I
it came
do.
to me as a community question, and I stumbled on it a bit. I've been thinking about it a lot. Like, are we truly reimagining, inventing, getting creative with solutions? Is it a goal? Or are we addressing it in the ways that we have figured out already? It's an unknown to me. I'm not sure.
I think we could always reimagine everything. So that word has value, it has an inspirational tone, and I hear a lot of alignment from us as a team that one of the primary methods we want to reimagine is through diversification of our services. And so when you say reimagine, it signals to the community like, we're not sure what that's going to look like yet, or there's infinite open possibilities, but I hear a lot of uniform alignment that we want diversification of public safety responses. So if we wanted to play with this, we could say something like strengthen public safety and diversify response.
I could get behind diversify our public safety response.
Yeah, public safety and diversified community response. Yeah, I'm just wondering if we wanted to.
I think that's helpful because when we talk about reimagining public safety, I get a lot of puzzled looks. I mean, just trying to explain to I think a lot of people in our community are very supportive of the concept once you explain it, but it's not very self-explanatory the way it's phrased. So say how.
Yeah, can you say
Well,
it again?
there's one other suggestion. Now that we've moved expand out of core services, might we consider expand?
Community service?
Command,
It went out. Can you say it again?
yeah, just expand community safety response or command. Expand, I think.
The reason I like diversify was the idea that it would be a
Civilian traffic.
well, because I mean, to Deborah's point, if you have Parks and Rec and Public Works and everybody involved and obviously you have
Police.
and now we're, working on partnering with groups that'll provide mental health crisis response and, all the different
Violence
ways.
interrupter programming.
Everything.
So I hear public safety and diversification of community response.
I think it
you
confuses
read-
people.
Does it?
The community, they're building peer support models and building community violence interruption programs based on the term of reimagining public safety. It's just not a term that we adopted. I think it's a national term. So based on the initiatives that are growing on the community level, if we change the name, I think we'll be back here having a discussion with the community about what does it mean? Have we moved away from reimagining? Are we still reimagining? So I believe we need to let the community catch up with their efforts around reimagining before we switch it to another thing.
I think there's a benefit from using the common language instead of bailing on it while it's building. So I'm hearing you say that whether we call it diversification, which might be a goal underneath, or expanding, which could be a goal underneath, we use the common language of reimagine.
Because diversifying the response is actually an action of reimagining
I
public
agree.
safety. So let's just stick to language, the language we have.
So keep it that and not, instead of like reimagine public safety and diversify community response, just keep it reimagine public safety, you're saying?
I would keep it that way.
And then we get into it in the goals.
In the
Look
goals.
at us using a shared language.
I'm so proud of y'all.
Because, right, it is really a method, and it's a goal area.
I did try to search for some that would mean the same thing, but it just keeps coming up reimagining.
And, you know, as we drill into goal areas, because I've had the same experience where folks don't know exactly what that means. And so we can be like, we're imagining public safety and our goals are diversifying. Da, 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 da. So
But
like
there-
our goals will support that conversation to communicate our leadership to the community.
But there's a great swath of our community that understands very much what reimagining public safety means. So
Yeah.
if we switch up, I don't know what that'll mean to them.
Maybe it's a good source of conversation. If people don't know what it is, then. It's not, you haven't said anything yet. Anything you want to add?
So that's just my way of thinking and stuff. So going back to earlier when I said, sometimes you lean into stuff that you.
Yeah.
So on this particular issue, I'm okay either way.
Cool.
So I'm sitting back and letting the people who are passionate about it decide where we land. So that's why I didn't say anything. 'Cause
Any,
actually, I will say, when I had the little card that, this one, when I was doing risk taking, I was thinking about reimagining public
Nice.
safety and the work that we've
all
done.
right, cool.
So I'll speak up when I have something to say.
Just checking. Thank you. Any other thoughts on any of these from anyone, of these 5? Or 6, I said 5, I meant 6. It feels to me, like just listening, that there's an inclination to make one change, which is number 3, to change it to say, improve and maintain infrastructure and core services. But I'm not hearing much change or consensus on any other change. Okay, that was a weird sentence. That's the only thing I'm hearing as far as the change goes. Is that right? Yeah, should we do a thermometer? Are y'all thermometer for changing number 3 to what I just read? Improve and maintain infrastructure and core services. Do y'all like that?
And this is it. This is the whole conversation. We're not breaking and coming back to it.
Not for this part, no. We're going to spend a lot more time on goals. We kind of coming in from the conversations I had with you all ahead of time, which I didn't get to talk with you, but most of the conversation, it didn't seem like there was a lot of need to spend a lot of time on this. Now, we're not in a rush. We're okay time-wise, so if we want to spend more time on these 6 areas, we can. What do you think, Sage?
No, I think everybody's pretty comfortable with it.
Cool. All right, are we in agreement on these 6 plus that one little change? Wow, y'all, this is amazing. We're ahead of schedule. We're like rocking the decisions. Nice job. All right, it is 2:18. Let's take like a 15-minute break, and when we come back, we'll start digging into these areas and looking at goals. How's it sound?
When are we coming back?
15 minutes, so like 2:33. I'm serious. 2:33. No, all right, 2:35. I'll give you an extra 2 minutes because we are ahead. Welcome back, everyone. How are y'all doing? There's like a lot of conversation at that break, which was awesome. Anyone have anything to share or say before we get started? Okay. Where's Esther? Oh, there she is. Okay. All right. So congratulations again. Really nice job on getting those strategic priorities in place. So we only have really one more main responsibility that will take us a while. It won't get finished today, but we'll make some progress on today, and that is setting the goals. So I was noticing, and I forgot to say this earlier when we were talking about definitions, that I think part of the challenge is on this document with the strategic priorities and the priority goals is the word priority is used more than once. And so I think that may be a source of confusion, and it might be worth just changing that second one, priority goals, to either just goals or having some other word. Are y'all okay? We just cross off the word priority? Yes. Any objections? I see Deborah's nodding. Her head is yes, that'd be good.
Yeah, I think it would be.
Okay, let's just. I mean, it's a goal, so it's like it's a priority. That's the whole point of a goal, is that you're saying this thing is a priority. Is that cool? All right. If we change our mind tomorrow, we can come back to it. But for now, let's just refer to it as goals. We've got a lot of work before we're like really solidifying everything.
So I just have to ask a question because I'm hearing confusion. If we call it strategic goals and priority goals, can you help me understand how taking priorities off helps us differentiate between the priorities and goals?
I think
taking off
If you go to the other side of the sheet, you're just.
the third one. So instead of saying the third one is priority goals, we're just calling it goals. We're still keeping it strategic priorities.
correct.
Okay, just making sure.
What they do is they pull the strategic priority headings down and list the goals under them. So I
Yep.
assume somebody was like, but there's still a priority.
I understand now. Thank
Okay,
you.
cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think just that repetition of word wasn't helpful. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. This is the process we're gonna use to set goals. I'm bringing in, as I mentioned this morning, I have this strong background in creativity and innovation, and I get really jazzed about like generating lots of ideas and then picking like the best idea. So we're not gonna generate a ton of ideas, but we are gonna borrow a little bit from that world of innovation in the process that we're gonna use to start narrowing in on the goals. So when you're, how many of you have had this experience where you've been in a group, it could have been this group, it could have been any group, and usually a team, and somebody says, hey, could we spend a couple minutes and brainstorm about this particular problem? I need some ideas for blah, blah, blah. And everyone's like, sure, okay. And so the person explains the situation, and then people start sharing ideas, they're brainstorming, and generally about the fourth idea, somebody says, oh no, we did that in 1985 and it was a complete disaster, we can't do that. Who's been there?
Not from 85, I would have been.
We did that in 1885 and it was a complete disaster. Yeah. Yeah, we've all had those experiences of like those failed brainstorms that don't work. What happens in that moment when somebody shoots down the idea?
It makes it difficult to do all of our agreements, be open and honest in all those parts.
Yeah, like it's sort of like the mood is just dies, right? It's just like kind of everything stops, like nobody wants to share another idea because like, oh, is my idea gonna get shot down too? Or, and so we're trying to avoid that. And one of the reasons that happens is because as humans, when we're working through ideas, there's two types of thinking that we engage in. So I want to talk about those briefly because we're going to use both of them today. And you've all done this 100 times. So these two ways of thinking are called divergent and convergent thinking. So divergent thinking is where we're thinking like really big and broad, and we're looking at all these different perspectives, and we're reimagining, we're expanding, we're exploring. And this is like brainstorming. Brainstorming is a divergent thinking activity. And then we need to converge and narrow in on what's the best idea. And our brains cannot do both these types of thinking at the same time. You can get really good at switching back and forth, but most of us aren't that good at it. And so when we're in that divergent thinking mode and we're brainstorming and then somebody says, oh no, we can't do that, they have kind of shifted everybody into this convergent thinking mode. And I would say 99% of the time, that person that says, no, we can't do that, means well. They're coming from a place of like, they're trying to do good by the group. They're worried, like, oh my gosh, they're gonna implement this idea and I just know it's not good. And so they're coming from this good place, but what happens is then it shifts everybody's thinking. You with me on this? Okay, so the solution here is to very explicitly and intentionally separate out these two types of thinking. This is what we're gonna do, is we're gonna engage in some divergent thinking first, and then we're gonna move into some convergent thinking and evaluate the best ideas. I am not a big fan of that phrase, no ideas are bad ideas. I don't know who came up with that. I don't know why that's been popularized. Like, I have heard many bad ideas in my life. But the key here is we're not gonna decide yet if this is a bad idea. We're just gonna hold off, we're gonna suspend judgment a little bit, and then we're gonna evaluate the ideas. You with me? Is this making sense so far? Cool. There's one other challenge here that we have. If you went to school in a relatively mainstream school in the United States, you have been trained since you were yay high to be an expert at convergent thinking. So every single standardized test question, every single multiple choice question, even in kindergarten when you're filling out you're learning how to add, or maybe that's first grade where it's like, 5 + 5 = blank. Well, there's one right answer. That's a convergent thinking question. So they could be testing the same mathematical thing by saying blank plus blank = 10. So at least now there's like a bunch of different options. So we have been trained to be really good at convergent thinking. But then we become adults, and how often in your professional life as an adult are you given a multiple choice option for your work? Very rarely is it like, hey, as city council, you get only choice A or B. Actually, there's usually a ton of options. You have to narrow it down. So what happens is we're raised to think convergently, and then as adults, we're asked to actually be divergent thinkers. It's really challenging. Most people, they get pretty good at it, but so the divergent thinking is sometimes harder. I guess that's what my point is. It's only harder because we don't have as much practice with it. Does anybody feel this in their work? Yeah. Cool. Comments, questions, confusions? Okay. So I'm going to give you a couple of divergent thinking guidelines, and then we're going to go into some divergent thinking in regards to the goals, or setting some goals. Oh, I don't have them up here. Okay, so let's see if I can do this from my memory. Suspend judgment, that's the first one. We talked about that a second ago. And again, you will evaluate the ideas. Evaluating is very important, just not yet. We want to combine and build on ideas. So Kim shares an idea, Sage shares an idea, and then Shanika says, oh yes, what if we do both of those? And then what if we do this with it? And so you're combining, you're building, that's the big part of collaboration, right? Sometimes really wild ideas can work. We don't need to go too wild here probably, but this is the time to throw out something that might be a little off. And then finally, we're going for quantity. So it's fine to get, we might have like 10 goals or 20 goals for each of these strategic priorities because we're gonna narrow them down. And there might be some combining. We might be like, these are a little too off. We're not gonna do that. But we're narrowing it down. I promise, Deborah, we will not have 10 goals per each priority at the end. But I think the biggest point here is suspending judgment and combining and building on each other's ideas. Sound good? All right, so here's how we're gonna do this. With your Post-it notes. You need a pad of Post-it notes and a pen. And you will see that around the room, there are strategic priorities. All 6 of them have been put up on the wall. And I'm just gonna go over here to this one real quick. Okay, so equitable and affordable housing and stability. You'll see under here there's a space that says initial ideas. it says goals, initial ideas for those goals. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna write on a Post-it, what do you think that the goals should be under that strategic priority? Now remember, goals, we're looking, broader, kind of longer term. These aren't specific objectives. You're gonna write that goal down on the Post-it note, put it up here, and every council member, please hit at least 1 point for each of the 6 priorities. If you have more than one you want to put on, that's fine, you put as many as you want. But I think it'd be great if you had something to add, or I guess you don't have to add for every single one, but if there's one that doesn't, you're like, I don't know, that's fine. But we want to have a few of these initial goals or initial ideas for each of these. And then what we'll do, I'll give you more directions where we're going to work in some small groups to narrow those down.
Okay, well, just, I mean, I'm not being whatever you said was the whatever person.
You're good, go.
I'm going to be hard pressed to expand on the current goal under homelessness strategies, which is makes homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring by supporting and implementing the implementation of the National Alliance to End Homelessness recommendations. Now, I've got some objectives and strategies for what I think should be happening under that goal, but I'm not, to say that I'm going to reword the goal, like I mean, if we all go reword the goal to that one, I mean, let's.
No, I think that's a good point, and I would say just put on your Post-it, like, keep as is, yeah, or something like, same as 2024, or something like that.
So you can't do that.
Totally, absolutely.
I mean, do you want to, okay, I don't want to like squish.
No, go for it.
Bold or whatever. I mean, these are very broadly worded currently, like how.
They are,
I mean,
and.
let's do the exercise.
Yeah, I think this is sort of part of the process, like as a way
okay,
for
no,
people to, get a chance to
I'm
quietly.
open-minded, I'm here, shut up.
Well, last year you brought up a concern about we didn't get to the sticky notes because we didn't make time for it, and then we ended up having to have a whole
Oh,
other
yeah,
meeting.
no, that, we don't want to do that again.
So what I'm imagining is, even though we're not supposed to get into the objectives, if we did a round of objectives, we might see if these need to change or not. While I was figuring out if they need to change or not is hard to guess. I know we don't do objectives, I'm just saying
But
that.
we so want to do it.
I know you do.
We really like.
So I'm just wondering if we're missing an opportunity to get a check-in, because you've done these for a long time. Is your instinct telling you we should do something different? Because we didn't listen last time.
No, we're gonna do this process.
No, let's do what Amy said. She has a PhD. I'm not, let's try it. I'm just a lawyer.
Okay, we're gonna do this, yeah, Deborah.
The only thing that you're saying is that if you read through here on the goals, if you want to change or modify, go for it.
Totally.
If you don't,
Or add something.
but if you don't, same as 2023.
Yeah, it would be helpful if
2024, whatever.
if you don't want to change it, to actually put, no change or same as 2024, so then we know you actually thought about it, rather than just like, shoot, nobody did this one,
Okay, so then I do have a consideration for the reparations one.
Well, let's actually, so Kim, we're not going to talk about it yet. Yeah, I want to just get everyone's ideas on the wall, and then we'll come back and dig in. Does that work?
How much time do we have the silent right?
Oh, good question. 10 minutes? Does that feel like enough? Okay, we'll check in 10 minutes, and then, yeah. Or to put them up, 10 minutes. Yeah, we're not going to share them out necessarily. Please make sure it's relatively legible.
But you want it up on.
Yes,
Then staff's going to go around and collect these and do things with them.
but not, later, yes. Yeah. All right, any clarifying questions? Awesome. All right, I just want to point out the neighborhoods that are evolving here in our spaces.
Except as Sage pointed out, we have a problem.
Some global warming. Oh, that's awesome. So I'm expecting the neighborhood over here to start growing in equal amounts. Okay, this is like the rural area. All right, so here's the next thing. It looks like we've got a nice assortment of sticky notes on each of the 6 strategic priorities. Make sure I'm using the right language. All right, so here's what we're gonna do, is not yet, but in a moment, you all are going to form yourselves into small groups, 3 groups total. We want each group to have a couple of council members and at least 1 staff person. And your group is going to pick one of these 6 areas, and you are gonna huddle around that, and you're gonna work through, kind of read them all, cluster, are there, my guess is that some of them might be the same thing written in different ways, in which case, great, cluster those together. And then sort of work through like, okay, what if you were to put this into a final goal, what would it look like? And so you all are gonna kind of do a little workshopping there, if you will. Does that make sense?
One goal.
Or ish.
But like our current ones, like housing, for example,
Has,
there's like a bunch of goals in there and there's commas and it's coherent. So like, that's an okay format, but like twice that size is not okay.
yes, I think that's fair. Yeah, like if you have like 2 goals that are, kind of like you don't, because I do think that sometimes it can be hard. Like, don't dilute it so much. Sometimes I feel like when we do get into wordsmithing, we like dilute things so much that then it doesn't retain the original meaning. And so I'd rather have, at least for now, separate goals that aren't diluted. And then then we will bring this to a full conversation. So this small group that's working on it is just doing some workshopping on it, but is not making the final decision. So that will be made collectively with everybody.
So, just like, we have 3 groups, and each group does two of the goals.
Yeah, that's what we'll do that.
And then should we be using the current as a base or something? Because a bunch of these things say same, look the same.
Yeah, so if it says same, yeah, so maybe take this with you or at least one person in your group so you can reference it. Somebody that can read size 5 font, that would be good. I'm sorry, it's so small.
So in your slide that had the thing with the, yeah, what are we?
We're kind of getting into some converging now. And so that's where you're more comfortable. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so we're getting into some converging, which is, there's sort of 2 pieces of it. One is sort of categorizing, and so there you may just find like, wow, all these goals say the same thing. Or wow, we have like kind of 3 clumps. And so that can be helpful to start with some categorizing and then kind of converging and like, okay, what makes sense? One thing I want you to think about is what makes sense for you all as the city council. So like what's within your purview. So if it's something that's like, oh, this isn't really the city's responsibility or this isn't within our area of influence, is it something that we're gonna partner with another entity on? So just that's part of the conversation you can have in your small groups. Questions, right?
Well,
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
So Brad and I have had a wonderful conversation about the actual required functions of the city. And it's
okay.
literally like 1, which is like building code. So in my mind, everything we've set as a priority is really outside our purview. Right? So like the 6 that you saw, for me, maybe except for like the affordable housing, if we're dealing with building permits, everything is outside our purview.
I'm gonna let someone more qualified respond to that.
Right? It's just that we've started to do them so. No, it's not a requirement. It's like, right.
We could, but our charter, what does our charter say?
No, our charter doesn't.
Can you guys just use mics while you're talking?
Hi, thanks. So just to put a pin on that, the interesting conversation we had is in looking at the thing that the statutes require municipal governments to provide, there's only one, and it's building code inspector. That's it. So everything else that you do, I don't know that I would say that it's outside of our purview. It is outside of our mandate. And then we certainly have a charter that establishes the way that, it's one level lower, but it has the full force of law, which gives us all of these rights. I think that you could certainly read in the fact that we are empowered to do these things. Maybe not an obligation, but certainly you have been empowered, and then it's within your purview to do all of those things, such as, provide for fire and law enforcement and other sorts of things. So I think the next level you would get into is whether or not it's questionable that we would even have the authority to do certain things.
But I think Antoinette raises an interesting point, which is the existential question of what does a city do today in America? Because what a city does and its function and its role in society has changed so much. And partly, greatly, due to the erosion of what the federal government does and does not do on behalf of communities. And so, I think a lot of times the city is now stepping into these voids that have been created.
Because there's often an expectation from the community that the municipal government will solve certain issues, even though, let's say, the county government might be statutorily required to do the very things that they want done. But we kind of go, well, we'll, go in lockstep.
Clear as mud.
Well, or homeless services. I always think of homeless services as really being health and human services directly under the purview of the county. Right. But we still kind of go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like this might be, just part of the conversation you have in your small groups, and if that came up, some of these, my guess is that won't come up, but some of them it will, in which case, dig into that a little bit in your small groups, if that works. Was there something more, Maggie? No? Okay. Well, what I would like is for Rachel, Deborah, and actually Brad, because Ben's about to leave, right? And Brad to at least be in one, you guys can separate yourselves. And then I'm fine with counting off if y'all want. I think I don't have a strong opinion on who's with which group. It could be, this is also a good opportunity for you to work with or talk with some people that maybe you don't work as much with. I know some of you know each other better than others. So this may be an opportunity for a little, mixing it up a little bit. Do you all want to make your own groups, or do you want me to do it for you?
You better do it.
Okay, we're going to go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1. And staff, 1, 2, 3. So, and I'm just gonna sign, group 1, head over there to that one. Group 2, head over to this one. And group 3, that one back there. And then
What's the second one we do, right? Are we each doing?
Yeah, we'll just do this one now, and then I'll give you some more. Yeah.
Which one back there, they're two kind of side by side?
I was thinking this middle, the one that's higher up, neighborhood and, yeah. All right, so here's the next thing we're gonna do. We are going to, as a whole group, we're gonna kind of travel together around the room to the ones that have been finished. And we're gonna gather around and have a conversation where that group can present to us, share with us your thinking and where you're at. And then if there's any need for the rest of the group to chime in, there's that opportunity to do that, to narrow in on the goal. I know in most of the groups, there is a question of, is this a goal? Is this an objective? And sometimes that can be gray. So we can talk that through. And if there are some objectives that this is clearly an objective, we can just stick it off to the side as a little pile, and then we'll make sure staff get those later. Who wants to start? I should have this group back over here to neighborhood resilience, or neighborhood, what was it? Neighborhood and climate resilience. They just moved on. So everyone, can we gather over here? All right, let's all physically come over here. If you want to sit, you can, or you can stand. Tell us like kind of what your thought process was and then where you got to the end.
Okay, well, first off, we recognize
Okay.
When we get to that one, improve and maintain, oh, that's different though.
Okay, here's where we're at right now. What edits would you like to see? Remember, this is a goal, so we're looking at that sort of long-term general direction. Is this how, do you like it this way? Is it good? We need more edits?
One that we haven't talked about is just the language that starts out with maximize tools, plans, and regulations. It doesn't like mean a ton to me. I could just be sure to like increase housing supply.
Yeah, like maybe that's getting into strategy.
Yeah, just like increase housing supply.
You got
I
that?
would also consider bundling that one with reducing barriers to construction, but maybe not just, 'cause I know that the methods for that are gonna be bundled, but. So then we're taking out maximize tools, plans, and regulations.
Basically through, up to the semicolon cut.
This is the baseline from, what she had mentioned that prepared.
Okay, so does everybody
Yep.
agree to take out all those words and just put increase housing supply, semicolon? Is that okay? Thumbs up?
Y'all good?
Leader? Yeah, so it just says increase housing supply.
so we're not gonna say anything about like affordable.
Well, there's,
See the highlighted text, that's what would be deleted.
Yeah, it's just like thinning that out.
Thumbometer?
Sage, what? You're getting there? Okay. Maybe cut it for now, put it down below. If we need to add it back in, we can. But I do think that helps us get a little more into a goal and less into a strategy, you know.
Okay, then it would be semicolon, implement anti-displacement strategies, comma, and not semicolon.
I'll need to work on the.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll get the grammar later.
It might be implement anti-displacement strategies to prioritize.
Okay, so here's an area where I feel like we get confused and the community gets confused. So when we get into prioritize.
I don't know if we're on video or not,
Okay,
but
sorry, when we get into prioritize access for low-income residents / households with emphasis on equitable growth in strategic areas, corridors. Well, that's two things, but, so let's take the prioritize access for low-income residents / households. So to me, we have a statutory obligation to review housing applications that come through a CZ, say, for example. And as we all know, and Brad will tell us 100 million times, we are limited in what we can require of that developer. And however, often they'll offer certain things that we are like around affordable housing. But I think this confuses people because they'll say, oh, the council's, you know, we need to distinguish, to me, that this applies when we are using our land, when we are using our grants, when we are, you know, when it's something the city can incentivize through one of our many programs, whether it's a buy right policy we want to put in place to incentivize affordable housing. So I just wonder if it's worthwhile to qualify this with through city strategies, programs, policies, I don't know, prioritize access for, so that we make that clear.
So you can say something like maximizing cities' resources to.
I'm just trying to make sure that it's clear that this is through our programs. Unless you guys disagree, but
It's all programs. Our programs, their programs, whoever wants to lend a program. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that that's needed.
I'm saying as opposed to a plain old application for, I'm an apartment developer and I want to build 200 units on Sweeten Creek Road. We can't require that they have a percentage of affordable housing in their project. So how do you marry that with this statement?
I don't know that we.
Goals are about to what end? Like what do we want to achieve in the end? And so maybe it's not about prioritizing access, it's like.
Wordsmither?
I'm waiting to see.
Well, yeah, okay.
Are those the words that?
So this whole phrase, where it starts from prioritize access, down to comma, and then it says reduce barriers to construction. Okay, reduce barriers to construction, we can, unless you guys disagree, we could take out because it falls under increased housing supply. Well, anyway, it falls under, and it's like, that is, those are kind of. Yes, they go in the same bucket. Now, they are going to need to include displacement strategies and so on and so forth, because reducing barriers to construction could be reducing lot size, it could be doing flagpole lots, et cetera.
I was just.
But
Yeah,
if you guys don't think it's
reduce
necessary,
barriers to
I just
construction
hear a
and put
lot
it up
from the
next to
community
increased
about
housing
frustration around, well, why'd you approve that project? It's not for people with 50% of area median income. Why are you doing that? And
So my thought is, I look at housing supply, even full market rate, in a different bucket.
right,
So when I'm thinking of prioritizing access for low income, I'm thinking about Louise.
right, our
And
programs.
Housing Trust Fund.
Yep.
So in my mind, they're two totally
Yeah,
different.
I totally agree. I'm just wondering if we should put in a word or phrase that makes it clear that those are our programs that we're doing.
So prioritize access for da-da-da-da-da.
Can you guys use your mics? Sorry.
Incentivize?
Yeah, you could
Yeah.
put incentivize access for low-income
Yes.
resident, that would do it.
Yeah, that's a good call.
So instead of prioritize, put incentivize.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would,
Okay.
thank you, Antoinette.
Yeah,
That
well
would
done.
easily
What'd you
address
say?
the problem.
That's a real strategic intervention.
So this whole, we need a comma somewhere here with
Yeah.
emphasis on equitable growth.
More commas, more. Yeah.
I don't know
because-
what that means, access on equitable growth in strategic areas / corridors. I don't really understand that.
The reason, okay, the original ask or suggestion was to emphasize or to focus on or prioritize growth in strategic areas, right? And so because there's often, well, not over, but a conflict sometimes between anti-displacement and equity and runaway growth in particular areas.
Yeah.
The word equitable signals that we're really being strategic in using an equitable lens and not just focusing totally on supply.
Comma after growth? Okay, yeah. I mean, that's, I guess, where I'm getting thrown off by the whole sentence. That's where I'm getting. Could there be a comma between there? So it makes sense?
After the word growth?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think if you put a comma after growth, you're gonna have to take out the word in strategic areas, corridors.
Well, and my intent by putting that up was not necessarily around affordability or displacement or anything. It was really just, I often think we have unhinged growth because we don't have policies that direct the growth location-wise. So that's where I'm putting in with this. Right, transit corridors, for example. Now, that does not preclude any kind of equity or strategy displacement. I was simply saying, we really need a plan for where we want this growth.
Well, I mean, that's where the growth is happening.
Well, I wonder if,
It's not always.
I feel like,
Wait, hold on. What do you mean? I mean, when we get large applications, they're usually on Long Shoals, Wheaton
I mean,
Creek.
so a strategy that would come beyond that would be to upzone major corridors?
Oh, yeah, that's the part that you said upzone.
Yeah.
And so I was wondering if what if the places that you're seeking to upzone are in areas that have been historically negatively affected?
Which is where those
But then we'll have-
displacement strategies come in,
Yeah.
whether they opt out or not, or, yeah.
So you're feeling like we don't have consistent, dense zoning allowances along all urban corridors?
Yes, I worry that we're not signaling. We know the growth is coming. I worry that we're not signaling to developers that we would prefer it to be in certain locations. Hence, along transportation corridors for both climate reasons, but also mobility reasons.
I mean, it seems like it is, but are you
Creek
saying
might
that you would like to see us take it one
disagree.
step further
Creek-
and
Hall Creek might
Ferry Road
disagree.
create
is
like a
almost
by
transit
right?
corridor.
Well, that's not a multifamily housing project, that's a whole other, but
That's-
yes.
But Ferry Road is a mile from the W2 end. Like, I'm curious, like,
Right.
What does this look like?
You talking about the county's project?
but it's going to come to us.
Yes, no, well,
I
I don't know
wonder-
if our zoning changes would fix that problem, but I'm just, so,
But what I'm
these-
hearing Sage say is our goal should signal where we want development.
Or it's going to go everywhere.
I think that the first one before the first colon is what we're talking about. Because I think what we're saying is we don't just want housing supply anywhere. We want housing supply.
so strategically
in-
increase housing supply. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing you say, Sage, is that growth is coming. Right now, we just say increase housing supply, but that's not what you're saying. What you're saying is like target that into places that matter. And so,
Can I offer a friendly amendment? We just bump it up and put strategic areas and corridors after barriers to construction?
yeah,
I
like
think
increase
that's
housing
what it
supply.
is.
Yes,
Because
yes.
I don't want to remove.
Hold on, I think Jamie, Kim, you bumped it up to,
So it would say increase housing supply and reduce barriers to construction
In
in
strategic,
strategic areas and corridors.
Yeah.
It'll be a cut paste.
Although if I'm splitting hairs, we probably
see
want to
it?
reduce barriers to construction everywhere.
well, put it after housing
All
supply.
right, yeah. So
Put
increase housing
Supply
supply
in strategic areas / corridors
Mm-hmm.
and reduce barriers to construction.
okay, we're getting really close. I just want to say we have no more than 5 minutes left on this, and then we're going to move on and actually wrap up for the day, but.
Hold on,
Friendly-
Jamie's, don't, shoot.
I have one amendment that I feel like gets to a spirit of something we were talking about when we were over there. I would prefer if the implement anti-displacement clause was first, because that's the spirit that we've been talking about. And so it's like, number one, this is our priority, and then we're gonna increase housing supply. So I don't know if that really matters, the order, but
I hear that. Sorry, I feel that. I hear that.
no,
Any objections to
I
that?
don't feel strongly if there's not consensus.
Also, we can marinate on this overnight, y'all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're going to come back to this. Yeah, we make that last change there. Just move that one up front. Do you feel like, Sage is right, that we don't have to have this finalized today? We're going to come back to this tomorrow. Given that, are you feeling like this is close, 99%? Like, good enough at least for today?
Do y'all want to keep that, initiate the 2024 housing bond?
No, that's what I'll say. The last part for me is broaden the revenue stream.
What's the phrase you would put there, Kim?
We can work on it tomorrow, but we need to
Okay.
broaden the revenue. We need state funding. We should have future federal funding. Yeah, we need an
Okay.
infrastructure bill that,
Could we, Kim, could
housing.
we put in at the top, increase housing,
well, when you get over to the infrastructure, eventually, you'll see that Brad brought up a good one was explore. And I think our
So we could
suggestion for
just keep-
funding partnerships
delete
could
it
just
here and
copy
put it
and
there.
paste over here.
Yeah, okay. I think this is a good stopping point for this today. So let's talk about sort of next steps, what's going to happen. first, I just want to say, we still have about 15 more minutes before actually departing. But first, I just want to say, I've been really impressed with you all. I feel like one of the things that I've noticed all day, many times, is that someone will throw something out on the table, and then somebody will build on it or adjust it, and the person who initially threw it out was like, oh, yeah, I like the way you put that, or yeah, I'm good with that. And there's like, it just seems like this really nice, like conversation, like collaboration and, flexibility, I guess, but also just like, yeah, I like the way you said that. And so I feel like I've seen that a lot here, which is a really, really positive sign of good collaboration. So nice
You
job.
say
Yeah.
that to all your groups.
I don't, actually. I don't. Trust me, I don't. All right, so we got through 1 3/4. So tomorrow, we have a closing thing we're gonna do, but before I get into that, we're gonna kick off the morning and get into the budget. And then we're gonna come back and we're gonna continue this process and we're gonna get the rest of these goals finished. So I think what we actually should do tomorrow is after the budget part, we'll start with this group and then we're actually gonna come back to housing. Because I think, like Kim said, maybe there's some connection there. And then we'll move into the other 3 areas that haven't really been explored yet. And the conversation in the morning around budget may influence or change, like we may even want to just look back again at that neighborhood one to see like, oh, is there anything we need to adjust given the conversation we just had with the budget? And that's fine. There'll be time to make those edits. Questions about what we're doing tomorrow? Okay. So I would like everyone to, council and staff who are around the table, please stand up. And if you could, these cards on the table, flip them over and want to be able to see the cards that have the emotion words. The other ones you can ignore, but flip them over. Yeah, and on the flip side, there are some words on some of them. I want you to think about the day, what we've accomplished, and thinking about looking ahead to tomorrow. And I want you to wander around the table and pick a word that represents how are you feeling as we close out the first day of the retreat. So there's a bunch of words there. Somewhere there's a blank line. So if you don't find a word that fits for you, that's okay.
Did you say just pick out one?
Did you get all that, Sandra? I said pick one word. Okay, that works. Pick your word and head back to your seat.
I know, right, when we started, this is what I was seeing.
I remember.
Pictures, like the human. We talked about
I didn't see
overcoming
gold
or.
for Maggie out there.
Yeah, just one.
The ratio of negative words out here is pretty strong.
It's making me nervous.
And comedy theater? That's so cool.
All right, once you got your word, head on back to your seat. Yeah, I absolutely can share one.
Oh, how sweet.
We're connected. Let's share. She said there's a mix.
There is.
Half and half, but I think our ratio over here is pretty
Yeah, here. Do you want this?
joy.
All right, would love to hear from everyone. Share your word and maybe a sentence of why you chose that word. Who wants to kick us off? And don't forget to use your mics.
I chose flexible, especially in light of this last exercise. It was like, how can we pull in everyone's concerns into a broader goal for collaboration?
Awesome. Thanks, Antoinette.
I can go because similar, I chose connected. You know, we may not always agree on things, but I feel pretty connected to you all right now in this planning process.
I had open. Just felt like there was a lot of openness, a lot of flexibility, and that was nice.
Awesome. All right, y'all focus. Focus. Thank you, Maggie.
It's not dense, no. You're not there.
All right, focus, Esther. All right, we've got like 2 more minutes. All right, Kim, you look like you're about to go.
Sure. Big surprise, I picked Grateful. We're trusted with really serious work, and I'm glad to do it with you.
After yours. You're last. Oh, no, Esther's going to be last, actually.
I haven't.
Keep it with you.
Yeah, you go.
I don't have a word. I feel like.
Pick your own
No,
words.
I
Don't
feel
pick
like
that.
Okay.
You can share mine.
I'm
Can you turn on your mic?
I don't have a word. It's just like flat, like, nah.
Tired?
I mean, I feel good. I always feel good about where we will land. Process sometimes gets sticky, but, you know, I'm good. I don't know what to say.
Okay.
I'm good.
You got it. That's good.
Thanks.
Okay. I chose the word relief. And well, it's not really the end, but it's the end of the day, and I made it through the first session, and I think it went really well. And I actually feel relieved, and Esther is perfect to go behind me.
Yeah. Mine is calm, which was one of my environmental goals. And, you know, nobody's yelled at me today, so this.
It's a good day. Rachel, you want to share?
Sure, this word's maybe a little bit extreme. I picked delighted, which I am delighted. Y'all remember I had the spool of thread at the beginning of the morning and how impactful and important that's been for staff to have that continuity in your strategic priorities. So delighted that we're still marching in that same general direction. And then also, if y'all recall, it was summer last year that we were coming up with your strategic priority goals. So the fact that it's February and we're doing this from a staff perspective is huge. As we make sure that our work plans are aligned with your strategic direction.
That's awesome. Thanks, Rachel.
Deborah?
Did you?
Anxious.
Anxious? That's fair. Anything you want to add on that?
She knows what's coming
Well,
tomorrow.
I think it is both. There's a tremendous amount of work to get done. We'll be talking about resources tomorrow and the challenges, but a lot of opportunities. So I'm anxious for us to discuss, and I hope that we can deliver on whatever we finally decide on coming out of this. Well, it won't be any decisions, but a path forward, I think.
Great. Thanks, Deborah. Brad?
Am I last?
Maybe, I don't know.
Get a good one.
I think, Amy, as you've seen, I am fortunate to get to work with a lot of really smart, capable women. And when we come together like this, despite some of the other extracurricular activities, when I see how much passion they put into it, I usually come away very inspired.
Awesome. Awesome.
Feel bad about that throw now, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Did everyone go? Yep. Awesome. Yeah.
Did you want to go?
Oh, I didn't go. I did have a word. I did. I have one. Well, this word, you know, I wrote these and I'm like, this isn't actually really a feeling. So, but I picked the word trust. I guess maybe trusting. I feel a sense of trust in you all, particularly after spending the day with you. And thank you to you for trusting me to facilitate today and trusting the process, even though you didn't always like the process, but you know. You liked it in the end. Yes, appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm excited where we're at so far. I really wanted to make sure we had enough time to get into the goals, and so I'm actually glad we sort of were a little ahead of schedule, because this is where there's a lot of conversation, which is really good. So, tomorrow morning, please be at your table at 9 o'clock if you can. It's going to be a long day in the sense that we probably won't be ahead of schedule tomorrow. So will be breakfast out here again. So make sure you come in time if you can to get settled. Tonight at 6 is a social evening, a dinner with council and staff at the Radical Hotel. Any other last announcements? Anything else to say? Awesome. Y'all, we'll see you in a little bit, and have a great evening. Yeah, thank you.